Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders. Government bills, Commons. Report stage debate on Bill C-24, Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act.
Notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-24. Motions numbered 1 to 13 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I will now submit motions 1 to 13. Ms. Blanchette-Lamotte, seconded by Ms. Leblanc, move that Bill C-24 be amended by replacing Section 1. Ms. Blanchette-Lamotte, moved by Ms. Laverdière. The member for Saint-Léonard, move that
24 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte, seconded by Madame Leblanc-Saint-Léonard, moves that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 8. Motion number 5, Madame Blanchette-Lamotte, seconded by Madame Leblanc-Saint-Léonard, moves that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 9. Motion number 6, Madame Blanchette-Lamotte, après par Madame Leblanc-Saint-Léonard.
Supported by Ms. Leblanc-Salle-Aymar, move that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Section 11. Ms. Blanchette-Lamotte, seconded by Ms. Lasalle-Aymar, be amended by deleting Section 12.
Seconded by Madame Leblanc-Salle-Aymar, moves that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 14. Motion number 9, Madame Blanchette-Lamotte, après par Madame.
Ms. Blanchette-Lamotte, seconded by Ms. Aymar, that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 15.
Seconded by Madame Leblanc-Salle-Aymar, moves that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 16. Motion number 11, Madame Blanchette-Lamotte, après par Madame Leblanc-Salle-Aymar.
Seconded by Ms. Leblanc-Salle-Aymar, move that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 19.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte, après par Madame Leblanc-Salle-Aymar, propose que le projet de loi C-24 soit modifié par suppression de l'article 20.
Be amended by deleting Clause 20.
Blanchette-Lamotte, seconded by Madame Leblanc-Salle-Aymar, moves that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 38. Debate. L'honorable député de Pierrefonds.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today I rise at report stage to speak to Bill C-24, a bill which was tabled at first reading on February 6th. This bill, during the first hour of debate, was debated during the first hour on February 28th. This is a very important bill, but after the end of February, people more or less forgot about it, although the media did talk about it once in a while. But until May 29, there really wasn't any debate on the bill. So for several months, we really don't know why the debate evaporated and the government did not put this bill back on the agenda so that we can continue the debate on the bill in the House. Another thing that was a little strange is that this bill was sent to committee. The study of the bill happened before second reading. Mr. Speaker, a bill like this one, a 50-page bill, which is a so-called reform of the immigration system after 30 years, which had been announced, did not follow the normal procedures here in the House. This means that an hour of debate started, and then the bill was all but forgotten, and suddenly we were forced to study it in committee before the end of second reading. And for those of you who don't understand parliamentary procedures, let me explain what consequences this will have. It means that Canadians and experts were not able to ask to appear before committee to contribute to the study at committee. I personally received several people. These people asked us, what's up with this bill? Where is it? How can I contribute to the study of this bill? I'm an expert. I think I want to share it, and I think it would be beneficial to the committee. And I had to say, I'm sorry, it's too late. It's too late because the normal procedures of the House were not followed. I told these people, you didn't hear about the bill as much as you should have because it didn't follow the usual procedure. And therefore, the bill was quickly went through the different steps without hearing from experts. There was a short time of debate on committee, of studying committee, but not enough. We had asked for more witnesses to appear, but our request was turned down. So now we are speaking about this bill again. And now we are at report stage already. So the bill was studied very quickly in committee, clause by clause, but without the bill receiving the proper amount of study under normal procedures. And here we are today, a bill which really was not subject to any amendment in committee. So, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say that, yes, as you yourself saw, the NDP is asking for several clauses to be deleted because these clauses have raised the concerns of experts and of Canadians in many regards, and the government refused any amendment. Not only amendments proposed by its own experts, but also the experts which appeared for the opposition. Let me tell you that Bill C-24 has been a long time coming, and several provisions in the bill are supported by the NDP. We are not against the entire bill. There are some good things in it, and there are some things which the NDP had been calling for a long time. For instance, the lost Canadians, those who had been dispossessed of their citizenship. Several unfair situations are still in effect. The bill doesn't address all of these, but it's a step in the right direction. As well, there are more severe penalties for fraudsters. As well, there's a clarification with regard to the number of days of residency required to become a citizenship, and the process for permanent residents to acquire citizenship will be sped up. Those are good things. But this is a 40-page bill, over 40 provisions, 0 amendments have been made, despite the fact that experts have been unanimous in saying that the bill had to be amended. So that's why we have no choice but to ask for certain clauses to be removed. For instance, Clause 3 deals with many things. As I said, we agree with some of the elements in the bill, but not all, because other provisions are extremely worrying. For instance, the declaration of the intent to reside in Canada. Let me speak to this for a few moments. Many experts said they were concerned with this declaration on the part of an applicant to reside in Canada. So any applicant has to swear that they intend to remain in Canada after they receive their citizenship. This is part of the process, this declaration. They have to do this if they want to acquire Canadian citizenship. As it now stands, anyone who makes false declarations can have their citizenship revoked in the future. Experts are concerned because they are afraid this provision opens a dangerous door. If the person needs to leave Canada after having left their citizenship, because, for instance, they couldn't find work here and this person had to take a job in another country, or that the person took a job in Canada which calls on working abroad for 1 or 2 years. For instance, someone who might have to look after an elderly parent in another country. These are all situations which are unpredictable, but they're not taken into account in the bill. So new Canadians would be worried. After having declared they intended to reside in Canada, but then they would have to leave, they would worry that they would lose their citizenship. Experts agree with these concerns, but the minister said that that would not happen. Nice intentions, but Mr. Minister, we cannot just take you at your word. We have to refer to the bill and the way it is currently worded. Experts say that it puts risks on new Canadians if they need to leave the country temporarily. When I talk about experts, let me name a few who believe that this aspect of the bill is very problematic. The Canadian Refugee Council, which submitted a written brief to the committee. the Ontario Council for Immigrant Services, Ms. Macklin of the Canadian Refugee Lawyers Association, and Parkdale Community Legal Services. I could go on. I have a whole page of experts here. So you can see that experts had a lot to say about that aspect of the bill. Another problem with Provision 3 is the residency requirement. In fact, foreign students mobilized against this provision. Unfortunately, they will not be able to count their time of residency in Canada towards an application for citizenship. So the time they spent in Canada before becoming permanent residents. In the past, they were told that as students here, they were paying taxes, they were contributing to Canada. So that time spent in Canada could be counted towards their citizenship. But under this bill, the rules would be changed, and students' life plans would be turned upside down because they would have to wait an additional 1 or 2 years before putting in an application for citizenship. This is unfair, and I especially want to point out the work of a group of students who had intended to apply for Canadian citizenship, but it's as if they were receiving a slap in the face by the government under this bill. Section 8 is also a clause we would like to see removed because it deals with the revocation of citizenship. This is something which doesn't exist now. The bill would give the minister the discretionary power to revoke citizenship without anyone having a right of appeal. This is very concerning, and experts again are unanimous in that regard. There are major problems with that aspect of the bill. Let me quote from Ms. Macklin from the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers. She is also a professor at the University of Toronto. She said, "I would withdraw the clause on revocation of citizenship. It is anti-constitutional. Our criminal justice system can deal with offenses committed in this area." Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to go into more detail, but allow me to conclude by saying that when the minister says that the Canadian Bar Association should be ashamed of objecting to Bill C-24, this reveals his partisan ideology and the fact that he's disconnected from reality. Too many people are against this bill, and that has to be taken into account.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the ironies in this piece of legislation is the fact that the government is trying to give the impression by passing this legislation that they're going to be speeding up the process for citizenship. So once a person qualifies for citizenship, that they're going to be speeding it up. It's important for us to recognize, Mr. Speaker, even under this legislation, with the Minister of Immigration's own comments, he says, well, he hopes through this legislation to be able to get the processing of citizenship in just under a year. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting to find out that prior to the government taking office, that's what processing was. Right around that 1 year mark, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, it's interesting. They create a crisis today where it's well in excess of a year. It's about 28 months. And in certain situations, maybe a guesstimate of about 20%, it could go as long as 4 or 5 years in order to process your citizenship. So my question to the member is, if the government was genuinely sincere in wanting to speed up the processing of citizenship, was legislative change actually even necessary, or would it have been more of political goodwill on behalf of the government, and that's all it would have taken, even though it's nice to see it's in the legislation, but political goodwill is what was really necessary?
The honourable
member for Pierre Fond-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with part of what my colleague just said. The Conservatives let the processing time for citizenship applications grow tremendously. They've more than doubled over the last few years. And if they were really serious in terms of dealing with that, they would have put measures in place much earlier rather than putting a bill before us with time allocation, C-24, that would supposedly solve these processing time delays. This is one of the biggest problems in our citizenship system currently. And it's not really present. The solutions, at least, are not present in C-24. The Conservatives are trying to have us believe that this bill will solve those wait time problems, but the only thing they're doing is preventing a lot of people who are ready to apply for citizenship and telling them to come back in a year or two's time because we've changed the rules. So it's going to temporarily, over that year's time, the number of applications for citizenship, and it will allow them to have some great-looking statistics for the elections, but there's nothing in C-24 that really will ensure that the problem is solved in the long term, and that's a total lack of respect for those people who have the right to citizenship. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to salute my colleague, who's a critic for citizenship and immigration, for all her work. I know that she's very serious about her work, and I know how hard she worked on this bill. She moved amendments during the very short time that there was to work on it at committee. So I'd like her to expand a bit on the lack of respect that the Conservatives have to ensure that the bill before us really be studied in depth, and how she was deprived of her right as a member of Parliament to be able to study it in depth. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you to my colleague for her question. In fact, yes, I said it earlier, we did a pre-study. It wasn't really a study of the bill. So first of all, that's a lack of respect for the normal procedures. And as well, we were subjected to time allocation on the debate. We were refused in our request to hear from really credible witnesses like Amnesty International because of a lack of time. And that was because of the Conservatives once again. But even the witnesses that we did manage to hear from, within the very, very short time frame we had, the government did not even listen to them. The witness, to invite them and ask them to appear, that's one thing, but afterwards you wash your hands of it and say, okay, we've consulted. But was the consultation serious? We heard from them, but did we really listen? Were they taken seriously? Mr. Speaker, there's no witness that did not have a significant recommendation to make to improve this bill. Based on their concerns on human rights and constitutionality of the bill, the Conservatives did not even listen to them. Resuming debate.
East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to highlight our government's commitments to protecting the integrity of Canada's citizenship system and add my voice in support of Bill C-24. This important piece of legislation would deliver on our Conservative government's promise in the recent speech from the throne to strengthen and protect the value of Canadian citizenship. On this side of the House, we recognise the important role immigration has played in building our country. Indeed, since 2006, our Conservative government has welcomed the highest sustained level of immigration in Canada's history. Each year, we've welcomed an average of almost 260,000 newcomers who contribute to the economic, political, and social fabric of our country as permanent residents. Moreover, Canada remains a world leader in naturalization, with more than 85% of eligible permanent residents going on to become Canadian citizens. We are proud of this enviable high rate of uptake in citizenship, and our important bill, the Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act, will not only reduce citizenship backlogs and improve processing times for applicants, but it will strengthen the value of the Canadian citizenship. Certainly, Canadians have no tolerance for the cheats and fraudsters who don't play by the rules and who devalue the integrity of the Canadian citizenship. Most of us have heard anecdotal stories or read newspaper reports about police investigations into individuals who lie to become citizens of our great country. They concoct schemes to make it appear as if they are living in Canada, when in fact they are not, nor do they have any intentions of planting roots here. Rather, they consider Canadian citizenship as nothing more than a passport of convenience, a revolving door or gateway to generous taxpayer-funded economic and social benefits available at their disposal as needed. Mr. Speaker, Canadians rightfully respect our Conservative government to put a stop to the selfish niche to protect Canadian citizenship, which truly is a privilege. It is shameful that the opposition doesn't understand why it is so important to protect the value of the Canadian citizenship and why they should support this important bill. Our Conservative government has listened to Canadians across the country and committed to put an end to this abuse, most recently in our last throne speech. Our government not only listened, but acted to deliver on this key promise by introducing Bill C-24. We are committed to protecting the value of our citizenship and taking action against those who seek to cheapen it. Our proposed reforms will strengthen the value of the citizenship by helping to prevent citizenship fraud and by increasing the penalties for those who gain citizenship fraudulently. First, our reforms will bring the penalty of committing citizenship fraud in line with that of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, by increasing the penalty to a maximum of a $100,000 fine or up to 5 years in prison, or both. The proposed legislation would also add a provision to refuse an applicant of material facts and bar applicants who misrepresent such facts from reapplying for citizenship for 5 years. That, Mr. Speaker, is a serious way to deter citizenship fraud. In contrast, existing penalties in the Citizenship Act have not increased since 1977 and are ineffective in deterring fraudsters. Our proposed increase in fines and significant jail terms will deter both applicants and crooked citizenship consultants from trying to undermine Canadian citizenship. With respect to crooked consultants, our government successfully passed the Cracking Down on Crooked Immigration Consultants in an effort to protect those who in need of assistance from an immigration representative. The bill created a regulatory body to oversee immigration consultants and ensure compliance with the law. Bill C-24 gives the government similar legal authority to designate a body to regulate citizenship consultants. Proposed amendments will increase penalties for citizenship fraud to a maximum fine of $100,000 and up to 2 years in prison, or both. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand before this House today to address these important reforms that our government has introduced as a means to crack down on fraud and to preserve the integrity of Canadian citizenship and citizenship programme. This leads to my last point, Mr. Speaker, which focuses on our government's promised amendment to streamline the process to revoke citizenship from those who have lied or cheated on their citizenship application. As you are likely aware, our Conservative government has taken action to revoke these citizenships from those who obtained it through fraudulent means. More than 11,000 cases of fraud have been discovered, and we are investigating each and every one. However, the current revocation process is extremely lengthy and cumbersome. Shamefully, it has taken Canada years, often decades, to revoke the citizenship of fraudsters, including despicable war criminals who never should have obtained it in the first place. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are serious about cracking down on those who undermine the value of our citizenship. It is important, in order to achieve such an important objective, that we put our governments in a position to be able to revoke the citizenship in a timely manner. Under proposed changes to the new revocation process should facilitate the government's ability to revoke citizenships in a timely manner for those convicted of residency fraud. In these cases, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration or his delegate would oversee the revocation, but the decision would still be subject to a review by court, as the case for all immigration decisions. This streamlined revocation process would result in faster decision-making and faster removal, while still ensuring fairness. Individuals who have had their citizenship revoked would also be barred from reapplying for 10 years, up from the current bar of 5 years. Our government believes that this is entirely reasonable. Mr. Speaker, Canadian citizenship is a unique privilege and is highly coveted around the globe. But citizenship is a privilege that comes with responsibilities. It means that we share the commitment to uphold our common values that our brave men and women in uniform have fought to preserve and champion, values that include freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Those of us who are fortunate enough to have Canadian citizenship share in all of that great advantage that it confers. But it is important to remember that citizenship is about far more than just the right to carry a passport or to vote. It defines us as a people. As such, it is essential that we work to maintain the value of Canadian citizenship. I have heard from many of my constituents on this issue. All of them agree that we must crack down on the criminals and fraudsters who cheapen the value of one of our most precious commodities. It is shameful, however, that the opposition members do not listen to Canadians and not support this important bill. Indeed, the measure of this bill, C-24, represents the first comprehensive reform of the Citizenship Act in more than a generation. They are necessary to strengthen the value and to protect the integrity of Canadian citizenship for today and for the future. With this bill, our Conservative government is sending a crystal clear message. We will not turn a blind eye from those who commit fraud or help others to obtain citizenship by fraud. If opposition members prefer to continue with their shameful tactics to oppose and delay this passage of this bill, they will have to answer to the Canadian public, a public that is thankfully recognising the necessary and common sense changes we're making. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you to my colleague from Don Valley West for his intervention today. Many lawyers, such as the Canadian Bar Association and others working in this field, have been concerned about the concentration of power in this bill in the hands of the minister. And in particular, when a minister, or should he or she wish to delegate it to a staffer, concludes on a balance of probabilities that a person has obtained citizenship by fraud, has apparently the ability to remove that person on their own. In the United States, there's a court process that could attend such an event where naturalization is to be forfeited. That has been the practice in Canada in the past. Do you share the concerns of so many, through you, Mr. Speaker, does the honourable member share the concerns of so many lawyers and constitutional experts about, one, the constitutionality of that, and two, the propriety in a democracy of concentrating so much power in one individual?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for that question. It is obviously an interesting question, but however, the process is such that before these decisions are made by the minister or any of his staff, that it does have to go through a court process. So there is process in place ahead of time for that to happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, as the member in most of his speech emphasized, is how happy he is that the minister is going to have the power to get rid of a person's citizenship. And one of the concerns that I have, and I've had the opportunity to express on several occasions, and I'd put this to the Conservative member, and that is that I've seen significant increase in processing times for citizenship, to the degree in which it's almost 3 years long. It's about 28 months, or 2.5 years, I should say, and that's up well over 100% in terms of time for processing citizenship since this government has taken office. And if you happen to be in that percentage, some would estimate it at about 20% of applicants, it will take up to 4-5 years in order to process. Now, the government's bringing forward this legislation in hopes that it's going to reduce the time. And no doubt it's going to want to claim that we reduced the times of processing for citizenship, and trying to take credit for the crisis that they ultimately created, take credit for reduction of times. My question to the member is, why has it been such a low priority in terms of processing times and having decent processing times for people applying for citizenship?
For Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Clearly, the number of citizenship applications and the number of volumes that we have taken on since we've come into power has significantly increased from the prior. and some 260,000 people immigrating, and 85% of them applying for citizenship, has created certainly a backlog that has been much bigger than was expected. This bill hopefully will have some reforms on that will actually reduce that time to about approximately a year. Thank you.
I think there's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. And we know the Liberals had 13 long and comfortable years to reform the Citizenship Act, but didn't. And that is why our government set out to make the first comprehensive reforms to the Citizenship Act in 35 years. Now, in Economic Action Plan 2013, investments were made to reduce processing times. Now, can my honourable colleague tell this House how Bill C-24 will complement the investments the government has already made to strengthen citizenship so that those who deserve it get it fast, and those who lie and hid their heinous crimes do not?
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for that excellent question. The way it's going to change it is by increasing the efficiency of the citizenship program to improve application processing, reinforce the value of citizenship by strengthening the requirements and deterring citizenships of convenience, improve the tools we have to maintain a program integrity and combat fraud, and protect and promote Canada's interests and values by honouring those who serve Canada by revoking citizenships from dual citizens who are members of the armed forces or recognised armed groups engaged in conflict with Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. May you please do débat. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak and join the debate on Bill C-24, Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act. While I support the objective of clarifying the test for residency and also the approach with regard to the retroactive restoration of citizenship for additional lost Canadians, I have serious concerns with respect to the bill's principles and policies as a whole, which I submit will not strengthen but in fact prejudice Canadian citizenship, and in particular undermine the fundamental principles of Canadian law and policy that have long underpinned our citizenship regime. Mr. Speaker, there are too many problematic and indeed constitutionally suspect aspects of this bill for me to address all of them in my allotted time. Accordingly, I would invite members considering voting in support of this legislation to consult, among other resources, the comprehensive and persuasive briefs of the Canadian Bar Association, the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers, British Columbia Civil Liberties Associations, submissions of constitutional experts, and others who've identified the serious flaws in this bill while making the case, therefore, for its rejection. I will focus primarily, Mr. Speaker, on those proposed yet seriously problematic reforms to the Citizenship Act that would fundamentally alter the concept of Canadian citizenship, resulting ultimately in the creation of two unequal classes of Canadians. Indeed, C-24 marks the unprecedented introduction of citizenship tiers for the first time in Canadian history. Not only will this bill make it more difficult to obtain citizenship, it will make it easier for the government to revoke it. Specifically, C-24 provides that applicants seeking citizenship must intend to reside in Canada upon obtaining citizenship. This provision will ultimately empower the Minister to revoke citizenship from naturalized Canadians based on a finding that they initially misrepresented their intent to reside in Canada. As a result, naturalized Canadians who engage in, for example, in extensive international travel for legitimate reasons, such as to visit family or engage in work abroad, will be left in a state of standing uncertainty as to whether their international travel will provide the government with a basis for citizenship revocation on the grounds that they misrepresented their intent when making their initial citizenship application. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, it is both wrong and unconstitutional to place this heightened and unequal burden on naturalized Canadians. Indeed, whether or not this threat is acted upon, the result will be a chilling effect on the mobility rights of naturalized Canadians, creating thereby two unequal classes of citizens under the law. Naturalized Canadians for whom international travel may provide a basis for citizenship revocation, and Canadian-born citizens who may travel freely. Mr. Speaker, new immigrants to Canada are active members of our society. They pay taxes and contribute positively to our nation's economy. Indeed, I am extremely proud to be able to represent one of the most ethnically diverse ridings in the country, the Rainbow Riding on Comté Arc-en-Ciel de Montréal. I myself have been witness to how a reasonable and respectful immigration system that treats Canadians as full and equal Canadians contributes positively to the community and indeed to the conception of Canadian society as constituting a multicultural mosaic. Indeed, where Section 27 of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms refers to multiculturalism as a constitutional norm. Simply put, there is no social or governmental interest achieved in creating an arbitrary distinction and disparate impact and burden on mobility rights between birthright Canadians and new immigrants who have come here lawfully to better their own lives and who in turn, and this should never be forgotten, continue to strengthen the fabric of our nation. Indeed, approaching immigration and integration in such a derisive and discriminatory manner is at odds with Canada's long history of being a welcoming and inclusive nation. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, critics such as the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers have argued that the quote-unquote intent to reside requirement will provide broad discretion to citizenship officers to speculate on the future intentions of a citizenship applicant and deny citizenship on the basis of an alleged lack of future intent to reside. While the government certainly has the right to restrict immigration, it should do so directly and with clear and express justification, and not based on fear, stigma, speculation, or prejudice. Apart from the discriminatory effect of this bill, which I have described, the legislation is also objectionable on the grounds that it will make Canadian citizenship impractical, if not entirely inaccessible, for many who would otherwise contribute positively to our country and in particular to our economy. Moreover, not only will this bill negatively impact permanent residents and naturalized Canadians, it will also establish new grounds for revoking citizenship for all Canadians, including those born here, subject only to a vaguely worded requirement that revocation not conflict, quote, with any international human rights instrument regarding statelessness to which Canada is a signatory, unquote. As the Canadian Bar Association explains, and I cite here, citizens who may be subject to revocation include those born in Canada who are presumed to be able to claim citizenship in another state through one of their parents. Not only, therefore, will this approach raise a whole set of interpretive challenges for the courts, it will enable the government to change the substance of this restriction by unilaterally withdrawing from a treaty without consulting Parliament. All this, of course, ignores the glaring constitutional questions posed by this bill in general and the specific flawed provisions in particular. May I remind the House of the wording of one of the foundational sections of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 6.1, and I quote, "Tout citoyen canadien le droit de..."
All citizens, Canadian citizens, have the right to stay in Canada, enter or leave.
Section 6.1 does not distinguish between naturalized, dual or Canadian-born citizens, as does this Bill C-24. And, Mr. Speaker, while I regret the seeming presumptiveness of reading from the Charter to honourable members in this place, when we all have an obligation to uphold, protect and defend this Charter. But given the bill we are debating and the interventions in debate thus far, it does seem possible that some members in this place may not be as familiar as they should be with this and other Charter provisions. Indeed, one must wonder how it is possible that this bill is before us at all, with no report of its Charter non-compliance, given the requirements of Section 4.1 of the Department of Justice Act, that the Minister review government bills for consistency with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and table a report of inconsistency if such is found. Entrenched Charter rights, in particular mobility rights under Section 6, due process rights under Section 7, equality rights under Section 15 are engaged by this bill and are likely to be infringed. Similarly, cases can be made that provisions of C-24 are also infringed on Section 11 and 12 Charter rights as well, let alone the Section 27 to which I have otherwise referred. Mr. Speaker, as but a brief snapshot of why these Charter rights are engaged and infringed, whereas principles of fundamental justice include the basic entitlement to procedural fairness, the punishment of exile, as would be applied to Canadian citizens under this legislation, could infringe as well Section 7 of the Charter. As but another example, The new grounds for revocation, which apply only to a class of Canadians deemed to be dual citizens under this bill, violate the principle of equal citizenship and draw an impermissible distinction based on the enumerated ground of national origin under Section 15 of the Charter. Time would prohibit me from elaborating further in this regard, but it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that this legislation should have been rejected even by the government's own alleged standard of review, as set forth in its court documents, to the effect that the government considers a bill as being charter compliant unless its likelihood of withstanding a charter-based challenge is only 5% or less. Mr. Speaker, it does not take a constitutional law expert to see that this bill is seriously constitutionally suspect, even allowing for the government's particularly low threshold. I therefore must take this opportunity to ask why, in light of the government's recent legislative record of constitutionally suspect provisions, it today seeks to pass yet another bill that will trigger expensive, time-consuming and foreseeable litigation that will ultimately be struck down in part, if not in full. And perhaps even more troubling, will ultimately put Canadian citizenship regime in a state of flux and uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, I've only touched on the particulars of this fundamentally flawed and constitutionally suspect legislation. I wish to emphasize that tiered citizenship as contemplated by this bill before us is both unethical and unconstitutional. I see no reason why the government should be seeking to restrict immigration to Canada and would therefore put the question directly to the members in this place. Is there any reason, let alone a compelling one, to make it more difficult for law-abiding applicants to achieve citizenship? Is it the case that we have decided that diversity no longer represents a societal virtue and Canadian value? Is it the case that multiculturalism is no longer a constitutional norm? Mr. Speaker, the government has yet to justify the primary legislative changes accomplished through this bill in any compelling, let alone constitutional manner, and its advancement will only continue to create stigma and prejudicial fallout for new immigrants. For these reasons, I would urge all members to join me in affirming respect for Canadians, respect for the Charter, respect for the foundational principle of equality, respect for multiculturalism, and therefore to oppose C-24 and uphold the rule of law.
Comments, questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Les Aliments. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I know that he has long been active, for over a decade, for human rights and also for the rights of refugees and new arrivals to Canada. And I know how deep his respect is for all of these Canadians, these new arrivals, who build today's Canada and will continue to do so. So I would like him to expand on the more divisive points, such as the ability to revoke Canadian citizenship that would be in the minister's hands. I'd like to hear him on that.
Royal.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the provisions in the bill that invites an abuse of discretionary power. It is among the numerous abuses, potential abuses, that I cited in my presentation today. And what worries me and what must be emphasized is that this may raise constitutional problems. What I mean is that when we talk about this bill, there are numerous provisions that are essentially unconstitutional, which means that they lend themselves to the abuse of the principle of the rule of law, the principle of legality, and the right of, it also undermines the right to mobility. And with regard to the multiculturalism, which is enshrined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, it's a fundamental principle of this country. It's a constitutional standard. So I think for all these reasons, we need to vote down this bill.
West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, I want to congratulate him for, again, a wonderful few minutes of explanation about this bill so that all Canadians can get a better understanding of just what these kinds of changes in C-24 are going to have as an impact on future Canadians. I'd like to hear more from my colleague on exactly whether or not this is, everybody I speak to that's a new Canadian is very anxious to get their citizenship. Is C-24 going to make that more difficult for newcomers coming to Canada?
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
It is not only going to make it more difficult to access citizenship, it is going to make it more difficult to keep citizenship. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I'm unable to understand is how such a piece of legislation that is so seriously constitutionally flawed could have been introduced to this chamber to begin with. I cannot understand how the legislative advice that the minister receives with regard to the requirements of constitutional compliance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms regarding any proposed legislation could have passed constitutional muster. But perhaps I should not be surprised. There is a record of introducing legislation that has not only been constitutionally suspect, it has been constitutionally challenged, and again, the courts in this country have pronounced that the legislation is unconstitutional and effectively should not have been introduced to begin with. The government should not be introducing yet another constitutionally flawed bill, imposing litigation in effect on taxpayers' expense, which at the end of the day will result yet again in another court pronouncement that this legislation is unconstitutional and put our whole citizenship legislation in flux and uncertainty.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Marne. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in this House to speak to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. First, I would like to begin by talking about my riding of La Salle-et-Marne. I have the privilege and the honor of representing the riding of La Salle-et-Marne, which is located in the southwestern portion of the island of Montreal. My riding is extremely diverse. It is a riding where we welcome some 1,000 new Canadians each year, and once a year I hold an evening where I receive the new citizens in my riding, and this year it was held on May 22nd, and I had over 350 participants in this evening. 350 participants who came with their families, with their relatives, and who were very happy to say to me, thank you so much for welcoming me here to Canada. Thank you so much. I chose to come here and settle in Canada because I know that it is a democratic country. It is a country where life is good. It is a country where I can express myself and work in entire freedom. So that was what these new citizens told me on this evening that I hosted on May 22nd. So first, I would like to thank all of them from the bottom of my heart for once again having allowed me to appreciate the privilege that we have to live here in Canada, and how Canada, throughout its history, has been a land of welcome. And we're going to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Canada in 2017, the 150th anniversary of Confederation. But before that, even before that, Canada was already a land of welcome for French explorers, for Anglo-Saxons who came to settle here. And then it was a land that welcomed Ukrainians, for example, who came to settle in Saskatchewan. I was lucky enough when I went to Saskatoon to visit the Museum of Ukrainian Settlement. And my riding, year after year, receives new Canadians, refugees who settle here and who have chosen Canada because of its highly democratic values and how Canada embraces all the nations of the world in order to better welcome them. But here we have a bill, Mr. Speaker, that wants to close the door, that wants to slam the door in the faces of these new arrivals. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that, since the Conservatives have come to power, this is a bill that makes it more and more difficult because, yes, I have welcomed new citizens to my riding, but I also have to tell you about the 350 or more cases of people who have come to my riding office, people who have come because they are desperate. They don't know what to do about the exceedingly long wait times. People who are waiting for their spouses. They're waiting to be reunited with their families. And that, Mr. Speaker, is something that is extremely troubling because since this government has come to power, in fact, since March 2008, over 25 major changes have been made to the methods and the laws and regulations concerning immigration. And this has made everything more confusing. This has made it so that the door is slammed even harder in the faces of these refugees, of people who apply for asylum and who must wait for even longer. And since the Conservatives won a majority, there has been a moratorium on sponsoring parents and grandparents. We've seen a decrease in family reunification. We've seen vulnerable refugees turned away and an increase in the number of temporary foreign workers to whom no right is given. They have no possibility of settling in Canada. We have them come here and then we send them back home. So all of those problems, all of those issues, well, we might have thought that with a bill that wanted to amend the Citizenship Act and other consequential acts, this bill could have solved all these problems that are inherent to the system. But no, this bill doesn't mention this type of thing at all. As my colleague, who the official opposition critic for citizenship, as she mentioned, there are certain aspects of this bill that fix certain problems and that ensure that there will be some improvements. So, yes, on one side, on the one hand, we can say that a certain effort has been made to ensure that we can fix problems that have long existed. On the other hand, and we've heard with the speeches that were given in this House, there are measures in this bill that raise major questions and major concerns, very legitimate concerns, including the fact that Bill C-24 focuses, or rather concentrates, a number of new powers in the minister's hands, including the power of granting or revoking citizenship for people who hold dual citizenship. So, Mr. Speaker, some of the speakers, in fact, have found that this bill, or rather this measure, is one that is extremely troubling. Because, in fact, what this measure does is that necessary recourse will not be available for these people. So this is an extremely troubling measure. Furthermore, the bill does not provide for any solution. I've mentioned this. It provides no genuine solution for clearing up the backlogs in the applications for citizenship. It does nothing to shorten wait times. Another measure, and I think that this was already pointed out previously, is that if in the statement to reside in the country, well, Bill C-24 introduces a requirement whereby the minister to whom the minister awards citizenship must reside in Canada after having received citizenship. So we're wondering, unfortunately, I must stop the honourable member because it is time to proceed to statements by members. But the good news is that she will have 2 minutes after the after question period to complete her speech.
Maintenant, c'est le temps pour déclaration des députés.
Statements members.
Honourable member for York Centre.
Mabuhay. On June 12th, Canadians of Filipino origin will be celebrating 116 years of independence. Marked by Filipinos around the world as the country's national day, it is a time to commemorate the sacrifices made by such heroes of the Philippines as Jose Rizal and Andre Bonifacio. The first Filipinos came to Canada in 1930, and since then, Filipino Canadians have made tremendous contributions to our country's social and cultural fabric, to our economy, and to our nation's history. This year's National Day is particularly poignant as we also pause to remember those lives lost and uprooted due to Hurricane Yolanda. Canada's response to this tragedy was swift, decisive, and substantive. This showed Filipino Canadians that as members of the Canadian family, we stand together. I am proud to say that York Centre has one of the largest number of Filipino Canadians of any riding in Canada, and I'm looking forward to celebrating National Day with them. To all Filipino Canadians, I take great pride in saying, Ara Eng Kalayan.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the Optimist Club is a philosophy of life. It means volunteering to improve the lives of our fellow citizens, young people, adults, and seniors. It means breaking down the walls of loneliness by organizing social and community activities. In my riding, these activities include meetings between parents and teenagers in Beauharnois Maple Grove. It means celebrating Earth Day or making sure kids are safe on Halloween, or organizing the Corn Festival in Saint-Anicette, or running races to get in shape in Saint-Michel. Everywhere across the country there are optimist clubs, and they make our communities better with their dynamic activities. But behind all of these events, there lies an important value, solidarity, and helping one's fellow man. To recognize the outstanding work done by the Optimist Club, why not make the first Thursday in February Canadian Optimist Day? That's my proposal for the House, and I'll work towards that goal and hope that Parliament will support this initiative to make Canadians aware of the values espoused by the Optimists. I'm convinced that all MPs in the House would support such a bill. Let's be optimistic.
Saskatoon, Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs has said that despite electoral promises made by Iranian President Hassan Rouhani to improve people's lives, Iranians continue to live in fear of arbitrary imprisonment, torture, and execution by that clerical regime. Even more recently, the minister said all of us who have long despaired about the Iranian regime want to believe that Iran is genuinely committed to positive change, but we do not have the luxury of being naive, nor do the Iranian people who have suffered for far too long under the regime's nuclear ambitions. Human rights, particularly executions, are actually getting worse under his watch and at the hands of Iran's so-called Minister of Murder. I'm equally concerned about the safety and the security of approximately 3,000 Iranian dissidents in Camp Liberty in Iraq who are under constant threats of annihilation, missile attacks, and inhumane medical siege. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs has said Canada deplores Iran's continued disregard for due process and human rights violations against its people. The Iranian people deserve the dignity, respect, and freedom that they have been denied for far too long.
The Honourable Member for Random Deer St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mrs. Frances Peddle from Stephenville Crossing, who turned 108 years old on May 29th and is the oldest resident in Newfoundland and Labrador. Mrs. Peddle left her home in Greens Harbor, Trinity Bay when she was 15 to go to work, including traveling to Montreal. She returned to the province where she married and raised 6 children. When her first husband passed away, she later remarried and was stepmother to 8 other children. Mrs. Peddle has also been blessed with 60 grandchildren, 92 great-grandchildren, 57 great-great-grandchildren, and 4 great-great-great-grandchildren. Wow. Mrs. Peddle always made time to volunteer, which she continued doing until the age of 90. She was an active Legionnaire, a member of the Fisherman's Lodge, the Ladies Orange Benevolent Association, and the Anglican Church Women's Group. For the past 26 years, she has lived with her daughter Margaret and son-in-law Ivan Bennett, who welcomed me to their home when I visited Mrs. Peddle. I ask all members to join with me in recognizing this remarkable woman who at 108 years old is healthy alert, and credits her ripe old age to hard work.
The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Mr. Speaker, this week our Prime Minister and a contingent of Canadian veterans have travelled a great distance to Normandy. There they will reflect and honour the loss of so many lives and the many brave Canadian soldiers who did not return. One of those veterans is Mr. Dennis Hubbard from my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla. Mr. Hubbard will turn 91 this year and served with the Royal Navy from 1941 to 1946 and later with the Royal Canadian Air Force. This journey has great meaning for Mr. Hubbard, and I ask that all members of this House join with me in recognition for the many brave Canadians who served at Normandy, lest we forget.
Well said.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 70 years ago today, on June 6th, today's date, 14,000 soldiers, brave Canadians, landed in the morning, fearing nothing, on a beach named Juno in Normandy. As the Royal Canadian Navy supplied the ships for the landing, our planes, flying above the ancient dunes, prepared the ground by dropping bombs. Of those 14,000 men who had all chosen to be in those ships, squeezed in side by side, over 1,000 of them were killed or injured to free Europe from Nazi madness. So it is with pride that every member of Parliament is paying tribute today to all those who are willing to give their life for our freedom, and so we say to them, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents of Don Valley East, I rise to congratulate the trainees of the first Canada-Africa Leadership Intern Programme that was recently completed here in Ottawa. The participants represented the Kingdom of Lesotho, Republic of Tanzania, Uganda, and the Republic of Zambia. This leadership programme was a resounding success, and the participants enjoyed their experience, including the snow that they had never seen before. I thank all those who helped make this programme a success, including the Library of Parliament, ITTS, Parliament clerks, table officers and committee clerks, Senate and Senators' staff, Office of the Black Rod, Human Resources, Commissioners, Sergeant of Arms, and to all the staff and assistants. I thank you for all your help on this programme. I also thank the High Commissioner Sepa from Lesotho, the First Secretary Joseph Sakoni from Tanzania, the former High Commissioner Margaret Kiyorgri from Uganda, and the High Commissioner Bobby Samake from Zambia for their support in helping facilitate this program. I look forward to initiating further programs and the inclusion of more African countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, 70 years ago, dawn broke over Normandy with the silhouette of war painted across the horizon. D-Day had arrived to tranquil shores, bearing witness to history's largest invasion. 1,000 ships of Allied might prepared to strike the heart of Nazi tyranny to free Europe from its grasp. More than 100,000 stormed ashore, earning their place in history under horrific enemy fire. Many did not reach the beach, slipping beneath the channel's cold water. Fathers and sons, driven from peaceful past to take up arms for their God, king, and country, testing the mettle of their fortitude and soul. Canada's soldiers truly triumphed on D-Day, a crucial day on the road to victory and to a free world. The price of peace in Canada today has been the high cost of lives lost in the wars of the past. Best we not forget.
The member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, 70 years ago today, over 14,000 Canadian soldiers prepared for the greatest Ally offensive in Normandy. The Royal Canadian Navy sent 109 ships and 10,000 soldiers to join the massive armada of 7,000 Allied ships which set off on D-Day. These soldiers came from across Canada, and most of them were young and had never seen battle before. Thanks to their courage and tenacity, they were able to push back the German troops, which marked the beginning of the liberation of Europe. Over 5,000 of our soldiers made the ultimate sacrifice, and they are buried far away from their loved ones and their homeland. Those who came home had physical and psychological injuries they still suffer from today. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the price for peace and democracy is very heavy. Let us remember those who sacrificed their lives to protect these ideals. Let us remember those who sacrificed their present to preserve our future. Lest we forget.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, 70 years ago today, Canada and our allies dared to attempt the seemingly impossible. They bravely landed on the heavily defended shores of Normandy and with great vision and perseverance forever changed the course of history. Canada's courageous troops were among the first into action, and against terrible odds, they fought their way onto Juno Beach. The success achieved in Normandy was a turning point in the Second World War, paving the way to victory in Europe. As a nation, we remember those who sacrificed for democracy, justice, and peace, and we pay tribute to the fallen, lest we forget.
The member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take the opportunity provided in my last statement of the session to thank my fellow citizens for their support and their participation in great numbers to politics. Mr. Speaker, in the last few months alone, thousands of Canadian men and women told me how disgusted they were about the fact that home mail delivery would end. They also supported the NDP's proposal to reduce ATM fees and the NDP's environmental policies. Thank you to all the people of Laval for your support, and rest assured that I will continue to fight for your rights and defend your interests here in Ottawa. I would like to conclude by inviting my fellow citizens to visit me this summer, be it at my office or at any of the many celebrations which will take place in our beautiful town, including the Fête Nationale or Canada Day, as well as the Laval West celebrations or the Greek-Armenian Festival, plus many more. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to our government's determined direction, Canada's economy is a model amongst developed nations. The World Economic Forum has rated our banking system as the most sound in the world for the past 6 years. Forbes has rated Canada the best country in the G20 in which to do business. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, we continue to open new markets for Canadian businesses, supporting them as they compete in the global marketplace. The anti-trade NDP, au contraire, wants to implement risky schemes to raise taxes, while the Liberal leader thinks that budgets balance themselves. Every middle-class family knows that it takes discipline to balance the checkbook. But only our Conservative government is focused on the priorities of Canadians: jobs, growth, and economic prosperity. Mr. Speaker, we're keeping taxes low, we're on track to balance the budget, and we're getting the job done for hard-working Canadians.
The honourable member for St. Paul.
On this, the 70th anniversary of D-Day, all Canadians remember the enormous sacrifice of those who fought and died to defeat the embodiment of evil. We honour the profound courage of those Canadians who landed on Juno Beach under heavy fire to establish a crucial foothold for the liberation of Europe. My dad landed through Juno Beach 5 days after the initial wave and went on to help hold the bridge at Nijmegen in Holland. Dad rarely spoke of the war, but he said that he hoped our sons, that no one's sons, would have to face the horrors of war. La paix n'est pas...
Peace is not only the absence of war, but it is also the presence of social justice.
To honor those that fought for peace and those who in uniform continue to put their lives in harm's way to protect us.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, under overcast skies 70 years ago this very day, thousands of brave Canadians battled on land, at sea, and in the skies over occupied Europe when Allied forces stormed the beaches of Normandy and began the march to victory in the Second World War. However, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian triumph on D-Day and during the Battle of Normandy was purchased with much sacrifice, blood, and loss. of the more than 90,000 Canadians who served in the Battle of Normandy, more than 5,000 would give their lives. Today, we remember those who served and reflect on the legacy that they have given into our care, the precious gift of freedom, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I would like to highlight the courage of 3 RCMP officers who gave their lives to protect the citizens of Moncton. Constable Fabrice Jovodan, Constable David Joseph Ross, and Constable David James Larche are 3 heroes for the people of Moncton in the maritime area. From ocean to ocean, from coast to coast, people will remember. Our deepest sympathies go to their families and loved ones and colleagues. We will be grateful forever to them for their sacrifice and their service.
Colleagues, I offer our sincerest and most profound condolences to the families of the fallen members. Au lendemain d'une journée où les citoyens de Moncton ont fait preuve de sang-froid, today we shall stand together and mourn the deaths in the line of duty of these brave officers. This
event will remain in our memories forever.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, this morning at 12:10 a.m., after a long, arduous and dangerous manhunt, the RCMP apprehended the suspect in the recent horrific shooting in Moncton. Monctonians can rest assured that the safety and security of their community has been restored. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians can be proud of the resiliency shown by the community of Moncton and how the people have come together in this very difficult time. Frontline law enforcement officers have shown tremendous bravery in apprehending this deranged individual. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family of Constable Fabrice Jovodan, Constable David Ross, and Constable Douglas Larche, who all gave the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. We will be forever grateful for their service.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Hull-Elmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court's Bedford decision was about ensuring the safety of vulnerable women, but the Conservatives' legislation is raising concerns across the country. It has provisions that most likely do not respect the Charter and does not appear to respect the Supreme Court's ruling. This will be dragged through the courts for years. Will the government do the sensible thing and refer this bill to the Supreme Court before proceeding further?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the honourable member insofar as we have made genuine efforts, of course, to address the inherent dangers of prostitution. So more than just the legislation, we've put in place significant resources to help prostitutes to exit this life, to find a better, safer, healthier path, Mr. Speaker. That is what is happening in addition to the legislation. But with regard to a Supreme Court reference, it was just 6 months ago that we received the Bedford decision. It is, in fact, the role and the responsibility of parliamentarians to examine legislation and bring forward laws we feel are good for Canadians.
The honourable member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, several analysts believe that C-36 does not adequately protect prostitutes as set out in Bedford. Several experts and sex workers believe that C-36 will push prostitution further underground and into violence. Will the government make public the legal opinions that it received and refer its bill to the Supreme Court as quickly as possible in order to ensure that it respects the Charter and the Bedford ruling? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Well, Mr. Speaker, our government does not intend to compromise the authority and responsibilities of Parliament.
Concerns around prostitutions and the inherent dangers, clearly that was reflected in the bill itself. Clearly what we are attempting to do is protect Canadians, protect those who are most vulnerable, protect communities as well, including children, Mr. Speaker, to the exposure of prostitution. This is a complex issue. To suggest somehow that there is an answer that is going to solve all of these issues overnight is simply not realistic, and I would encourage the member to examine the bill.
The honourable member for Hull-Elmer.
Mr. Speaker, it would seem that the government has in its hands a report recommending the purchase of 65 F-35s without a competition. Let us remember that in 2012, a blistering report from the Auditor General accused the Conservatives of not having shown due diligence for the commitment of $25 billion. Will the minister commit today to tabling this report before the adjournment of the House, and will they tell us why they are still refusing to proceed with tenders? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No decision has been taken concerning the replacing the current fleet of CF-18s. When we looked at this, we were doing the most independent and transparent review of this. A group of independent experts ensured that the options were all rigorously examined and impartial. We are going to carefully look at this before taking the decision to replace the current fleet of CF-18s. We'll ensure that the Canadian forces have the necessary equipment to do their job. Thank you.
Member for Beaches, East York.
Speaker, a sure sign that summer's here. Reruns. We've seen this F-35 show before, the story where we don't need an open competition to get the best price, the story where we can buy 65 jets for $9 billion. Never credible storylines, never credibly performed, Mr. Speaker. But here we are again with the Conservatives rejecting open competition in favour of sole source procurement for the F-35s. Can the minister at least tell us if the Canadian companies are guaranteed work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat for the member opposite because he didn't seem to listen to my previous answer, but no decision has been made on the replacement for the CF-18 fighter jet fleet. Our government will finish reviewing a number of reports related to defence capabilities, industrial benefits, costs, and other factors with a view to replacing our CF-18 fleet. I can assure the member that we remain committed to ensuring that our men and women in uniform will have the equipment they need to perform their duties, and we'll reveal that information to the House in due course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Beaches, East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I did listen to the answer, but the thing is I'd heard that answer over and over again. In fact, years ago, and the Parliamentary Secretary had to blow the dust off his paperwork there. Mr. Speaker, the results of the Canadian government study have already been reported in Washington. Government and industry officials have been leaking their versions of events here in Canada. If the Conservative spinners are willing to leak the report to the media and industry, why aren't Conservative ministers willing to answer questions here, to stand by their decisions, to stand to account to Canadians here in this House?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So, Mr. Speaker, as part of our 7-point plan, the Royal Canadian Air Force has conducted a rigorous examination of the ability of available fighter aircraft to carry out the missions outlined in the Canada First Defence Strategy. An independent panel, comprised of experts external to government, I should add, ensured that the evaluation of options being conducted by the RCAF was both rigorous and impartial. Our government will be carefully reviewing a number of reports related to defence capabilities, industrial benefits and costs to make sure we have an adequate replacement of our CF-18 fleet. Once we have reviewed all of these reports, we'll make a decision and we'll announce it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, Canadians continue to see full-time jobs replaced by part-time jobs every day. The hours Canadians who have worked haven't changed in the last year. All of the new jobs created are part-time. These jobs pay less and have fewer benefits. Will the Conservatives admit that there is a problem and take some real action once and for all to stimulate job creation? The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Even though the global economy remains fragile, our economic policies have kept Canada's economy strong. Since coming to office in 2006, Canada has had the strongest job growth of any in the G7 countries. That is the most industrialized countries in the world. And, Mr. Speaker, since coming to power, the Conservative Party and this government has led all other G7 countries in economic growth. Over 1 million net new jobs created, since the deepest part of the recession. Mr. Speaker, by far, the overwhelming number of these jobs are full-time jobs in the private.
And the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, Canadians are watching their full-time jobs be replaced by part-time work. And according to the latest jobs report, Canada is actually down 27,000 full-time jobs compared with last year. TD Economics reports that the Canadian job market remains disappointing. All net new jobs have been part-time. And these jobs pay less and they have fewer benefits. Instead of repeating these old, out-of-date Conservative talking points, well, the Conservatives actually admit there's a problem. And will they introduce a real jobs plan to create full-time work across Canada?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, we know that the job numbers can be volatile from month to month, but let me say this, that still, the IMF and the OECD have confidence in Canada's economy. These international bodies believe that Canada has one of the strongest growth records as far as jobs are concerned and also as far as our economies are concerned in years going ahead. Mr. Speaker, it's quite rich for the Liberal Party to be criticizing our government's job creation legislation and efforts. They voted against every job creation measure that this government has brought forward, whether it's freezing the EI rates or tax cuts for manufacturing sector. Mr. Speaker, again, every time the Liberals will vote against it.
Honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, those talking points are out of date, and the Conservatives are out of touch with the reality that you can't support a full-time family with part-time work. And since last year, Canada has lost 27,000 full-time jobs. Wages are stagnant and families are falling behind. But we can change this. Smart investments in infrastructure can create good full-time jobs across Canada. But Conservatives have actually cut planned infrastructure spending by 90%. Will the Conservatives reverse these cuts, invest in infrastructure, and help create good full-time jobs across Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, across this land, Canadians are seeing construction projects unfold in their communities this spring, jobs being created as a result. Across this land, municipalities are identifying infrastructure project priorities and submitting them to the New Building Canada Plan. And, Mr. Speaker, across this land, the Liberals continue to spread misinformation.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, privacy rights are constantly being breached by this government. This week we learned that the Government Operations Centre, which reports to the Department of Public Safety, is keeping a register on protests and is spying on people who participate in them. And yet freedom of expression and freedom of assembly, peaceful assembly, are fundamental rights protected by the Canadian Charter. How do the Conservatives justify the transformation of this Government Operations Centre into a super spy agency? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually answered this question, I think, 4 times yesterday, but to provide a little bit more information to the NDP, I don't think they get it. Protest rallies are public events. Protests that create blockades on highways, railroads, international ports of entry, bridges have significant impact on Canadian interests and pose potential security threats. Every Canadian watching today must recognize and appreciate that it is this government that is making sure that those things are looked after. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have a little more clarification because according to an email obtained by the press, the Government Operations Centre is keeping a list of all protests being held across the country and is sharing that information with its partners. We're thinking immediately, of course, of police forces and Canadian intelligence services and the departments concerned. Can the Minister tell us if the nominative information is being gathered on the participants, yes or no, and if this information is also being shared with foreign intelligence services? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I guess I'm answering the question for the 6th time. The Government Operations Centre needs to be prepared to respond to any potential event to ensure confidence in government and continuity of federal services. Canadians expect nothing less. And as I mentioned yesterday as well, peaceful protests can suddenly turn violent, just as law-abiding citizens can suddenly create a crime.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, the only way the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety could pretend to justify Conservative spying on Canadians was to bizarrely imply that if a peaceful protest turned unpeaceful, the NDP would call on the government to take action. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about what we're talking about. This is about the Ministry of Public Safety maintaining a registry of demonstrations to spy on Canadians who protest. How can the minister justify turning the Ministry of Public Safety into a spy agency that keeps tabs on peaceful protesters?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we of course respect the right of all Canadians to peaceful protests. However, Canadians also expect that local law enforcement will ensure that the laws are respected. In order to do that, Mr. Speaker, the Government Operations Centre monitors any event that may pose a risk to public safety.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Canadians are only now starting to see the full extent of government demands for our personal information. Rogers Communications, one of Canada's largest internet providers, said just last year they received over 170,000 requests for customer information. This follows previous statistics showing telecom companies received more than 1.2 million data requests in 2011. We all know that there are not 1.2 million terrorists. What possible reason could the government have for collecting so much of our personal information?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. Our government takes the privacy of law-abiding Canadians very seriously, and we expect all telecommunications companies to comply with the law and play by the rules when handling Canadians' information. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. An individual's private information is protected under the Charter and cannot be released without a warrant.
The honourable member for Victoria.
No wonder the government handpicked the new privacy commissioner who specialized in defending the government against the previous privacy commissioner. Privacy experts all recognize the Conservatives' arguments in this file are bizarre and unbelievable. Warrantless searches go far beyond general scrutiny. And while some companies are releasing the number of requests they're getting, Canadians still have no idea how far this collection of their private data is going. Will the government finally explain what they're really doing with the private information of more than 1 million Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can say it twice to make sure it's very, very clear, because I think it's important that this member understand. I was very familiar with PIPEDA when it first came into play as an employer. Let me be clear that the rules governing these types of voluntary disclosures have been clearly defined in Section 7 of the PIPEDA rules. Telecommunications companies have already said as well that they will release only 411 style information. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we expect that telecommunications companies will comply absolutely with the law and play by the rules when handling Canadians' private information.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. How can the Conservatives, who are supposed to be the champions of freedom, justify asking Internet service providers for private information of hundreds of thousands of Canadians? If they're so keen to scrutinize what people say and do, well, they should just watch reality TV. But in the meantime, these are ordinary people who find themselves sharing their personal information with the government without even being told. So will the Conservative government tell us what kind of personal information is asked of these Internet service providers? The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to say something that's very important that gives confidence to Canadians. And I'm talking about the privacy of law-abiding Canadians to be well respected, something that this government takes absolutely seriously. As I've said, and I'll say it again, that a person's private information is protected under the Charter and cannot be released without a warrant.
Honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. In 2012, the government was forced to pull the plug on the F-35 program because of its poor management and lack of transparency. The Parliamentary Budget Officer's reports and the Auditor General's were devastating and without appeal. On top of that, Parliament was not even informed of the project details. Are the Conservatives going to change their approach, show some transparency, and tell us, for example, if the operational statement of requirement was changed for the F-35 and take into account all of the companies?
Travaux publics.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A group of independent experts has verified that the analysis was rigorous and impartial. This will be made public. We have said this many times. The information that is non-classified and non-confidential is contained in the evaluation of the options, and it will be made public in time.
The NDP, or the Liberals for that matter, on military procurement. When it comes to providing the equipment for the military, we have delivered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Honestly, the Conservatives want Parliament to immediately sign a $9 billion cheque, no questions asked. It's ridiculous. According to the Auditor General, the total cost of the project will be $25 billion. It seems to me with a bill like that, a competition is more necessary than ever. Mr. Speaker, what killed the F-35 program in 2012 was the lack of government transparency and its inability to justify the necessity of this purchase. The government seemed much more interested in defending the interests of Lockheed Martin than that of Canadians. Will the minister make public the details of the Canadian purchase program for the F-35s before the House adjourns? The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat once again for the benefit of the opposition. We're currently conducting an evaluation following the 7-point plan. Many of those reports are actually available on the website. The reports are being scrubbed for commercially sensitive information, as well as making sure there's no classified information that goes out. Once the evaluation of those options is complete, we'll be announcing a decision to the Canadian public in due course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Welling.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague said, it looks like the same comedy of errors is playing itself out again on this F-35 file. The Minister of Defence at the time used to claim, yep, we've seen a competition. We did a competition for the F-35s. Turned out, well, no, actually they didn't. The Americans did it for them in 2001. They just accepted it. So can the government actually tell us that they actually conducted a real competition this time, and it's taken place, and whether, yet again, Canadians having no guaranteed contracts for Canadian companies, if they really believe that that's a great deal for the Canadians and Canadian public across this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat once again, no decision has been made on CF-18 replacement. The evaluation of the different options is we're looking at defence capabilities. Of course, we're looking at industrial benefits. We're looking at what's the best value to Canadian taxpayers. Once that evaluation is complete, we'll be making sure that that information is revealed to Canadians in due course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, the CD Howe Institute estimates that traffic gridlock costs Toronto's economy up to $11 billion each and every year. Wow. Commute times in ridings like Trinity, Spadine and Scarborough Agincourt are getting longer and longer, reducing the valuable time workers can spend with their families. While meanwhile, the Conservatives refuse to commit to a national transit strategy and have virtually turned off the taps to the Building Canada Fund until, of course, the election cycle starts again. So why is this government continuing to turn its back on our important cities?
Right on. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In fact, our government, our Conservative government, is making record investments in infrastructure. The longest and the largest infrastructure plan in Canada's history, over $53 billion over the next 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Wow. And already our government has invested over $7 billion specifically in public transit. Mr. Speaker, with respect to a national transit plan, we very much believe in empowering the municipalities to identify their own transit priorities. We do not believe in a one-size-fits-all approach.
The honourable member for York West.
The money will arrive in 2019.
That's right.
Over the past 12 months, this government hasn't created a single net full-time job, and the so-called jobs minister seems proud that middle-class salaries are barely keeping pace with inflation. Infrastructure investments not only create large amounts of economic activity, but actually improve productivity, raise standards of living, and increase quality of life.
Hear, hear.
Instead of making excuses and heckling in the House for their own economic failures, why don't the Conservatives actually do something for a change to help working families?
Good
so
idea.
for starters, why don't they reverse the 90% cut to the infrastructure?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, that is simply incorrect. We are making record investments in infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in addition to those record investments, over the next decade, we will spend within our means. Within the year, we will balance the budget. Our new Building Canada plan, Mr. Speaker, is open for business. Applications are already being received. One transit project in Edmonton has already been approved. Mr. Speaker, I will take that to the bank any day.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Mr. Speaker, this government has reduced its investments in infrastructure by 90%, so that they could claim to have eliminated the deficit in time for the next election, except that the Conservatives are adding to the infrastructure deficit. According to them, we have no need of new public transportation systems, nor to adapt our infrastructure as a result of the devastating effects of climate change. Why does the government always give more importance to its partisan interests above those of the country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The new Building Canada plan is open for business. And what I would recommend to our colleagues from the Liberal Party over in the far corner is that instead of playing politics with respect to infrastructure, with respect to not spreading misinformation about the plan, what they should do is work with their municipalities to identify infrastructure project priorities so we can get down to work. I know that's what we're doing on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, 40,000 members of the Canadian Forces came back from Afghanistan, and many of them suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Again this morning, Jennifer Mignot and Marie-André Mallette, two spouses of military members who suffer from PTSD, are speaking out against the lack of support provided to natural caregivers. Will the Conservatives finally recognize the work done by these spouses and give them all the support that they are calling for and that they deserve? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it is exactly because of the tremendous sacrifices made by members of the Canadian Forces and their families that we have made record investments across the board, not only in giving them the equipment and support for serving members, but also having invested an additional $4.7 billion over the course of 8 budgets, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to hear the member opposite who continually, as part of the NDP plan, tries to politicize this issue, particularly on a day like today, to note that all of that investment was opposed by members of the NDP.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Jennifer Mignot, the wife of a veteran Canadian soldier, spoke to the NDP caucus this week, and what she told us was that caregivers can make the difference between actual life and death. But many spouses of vets caring for their loved ones are struggling themselves. They need more training. They need more support, Mr. Speaker, as we mark today's historic day, the historic D-Day landings. Will the government commit to the improving supports for families and their caregivers and not just recite numbers? Give Jennifer Mignot some hope, at least.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
But indeed we do, Mr. Speaker, and these are not statistics. We offer the Operational Stress Injury Social Support Program for families. We, in fact, give assessment treatment for mental health conditions if veterans need it, as well as counselling within the operational stress clinics, case management, rehabilitation services, financial benefits, group health insurance, Veterans Independence Program, education assistance, pastoral outreach, emergency fund, a hotline, Mr. Speaker. We've introduced a new program to give veterans access to operational support through dogs as a comfort, Mr. Speaker. We have ongoing program support. The members opposite the NDP oppose these programs.
Member for Ottawa Centre. Jennifer doesn't need a dog. She needs actual support for her to carry on, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Prime Minister met with the President of the European Commission to discuss trade negotiations in Europe. These are the same negotiations that supposedly were done 8 months ago. Mr. Speaker, a good European trade deal is crucial for Canada, but good trade deals are built on trust. How can Canadians trust Conservatives when all we get is posturing, rhetoric and stunts? Will the Minister inform this House about the outstanding issues holding up this deal?
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have managed to come to an agreement with the European Union on a very ambitious trade agreement. In fact, the most ambitious that Canada has ever entered into with that will almost double, in fact more than double the amount of countries with which Canada enjoys free trade, and will put Canada in a position where we are the only developed economy in the world with trade agreements in place with both the United States and the European Union, the two biggest economies in the world. If you want to make Canada the place to invest, the place to create jobs, the place to create prosperity, you won't be like the NDP. You will support that trade agreement.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi James, Unity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. They showed up in 2006. Our trade surplus was $26 billion, and today we have a trade deficit of $62 billion. That's an $80 billion difference, Mr. Speaker. They don't really walk the talk on that side. Last October, they said that the agreement with Europe had been finalized, but 7 months later, they can't even show us one single piece of paper. Why doesn't the minister simply fess up and admit that there are still details, many details, that need to be negotiated, and tell us what those details are?
The Honourable Prime Minister Secretary to the Minister of ACOA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As for the CETA that we signed with the European Union, that's been tabled in this House, and the member is well aware of that. There's a copy available for him if he wants it. When he wants to talk about the trade deficit, the reality is that the member failed to mention is March's revised trade surplus was almost $800 million, 10 times more than the trade surplus originally reported. And what's more, over the first 4 months of this year, exports are up 8% over the same period of last year. Canada's job creation record is the best in the G7, with over 1 million net new jobs created.
Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, 70 years ago, brave Canadian troops valiantly fought in the Battle of Normandy on D-Day. This was a defining moment in our nation's history. Today, we and our allies pause to remember the sacrifice and legacy of these heroic Canadians. Could the Minister of Justice please inform this House how our government is commemorating this important and historic day?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the member from New Brunswick Southwest, who I note's spouse is in fact a serving member. Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, and a number of parliamentarians are on the shores of Normandy, joining leaders from around the world, Canadian Forces members, cadets, 1,000 Canadian youth, but most importantly, 100 Canadian veterans of D-Day and the Battle of Normandy, who triumphantly returned 70 years later. As Canadians, it is our responsibility, a sacred duty, to honour and remember those who served so courageously for our very freedom and democracy that we enjoy today, and that we remember those who continue to defend and protect our great country, at home and abroad, lest we forget. N'oubliez jamais.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Consumers who prepay their mortgage because of a workplace relocation, a separation, or death are forced by the banks to pay abusive penalties that can rise to up to a maximum of $30,000. Will this Conservative government finally tell the banks that enough is enough and support my bill to limit these unfair and excessive penalties?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, we want all Canadians to keep more money in their pockets. Through our National Consumer Agency, we've made it easier than ever for Canadians to shop around for low to no-cost banking solutions. In fact, only last week or 2 weeks ago, Minister of Finance moved forward with the banks on low to no-cost banking options. Just recently, we announced that agreement, Mr. Speaker, for more than 7 million Canadians that help improve low-cost options for them. We also continue to work with the provinces, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these services are appropriately regulated.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives promised to help Canadians by regulating the penalties banks charge for prepaying mortgages. but Canadians are still being gouged. These penalties are the #1 complaint to the banking ombudsman. The Conservatives are standing by while the banks rip off hardworking Canadians who are just trying to pay down their mortgage. So, Mr. Speaker, why won't they regulate prepayment penalties?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, we're bringing forward consumer measures that would help Canadians keep more monies in their pockets. Unlike the NDP, who only talks about protecting consumers, it's our Conservative government who's actually taken action. We've banned unsolicited credit card checks, limited anti-consumer business practices, and ensured that prepaid credit cards never expire. We've also introduced rules requiring clear disclosure of terms in credit card contracts and applications. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the NDP have opposed all our efforts to protect those Canadian consumers.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Well, that was quite nonsense, so they may as well not answer at all. Mr. Speaker, climate change is a global issue, and Canada cannot abdicate its role. President Obama was clear the United States must take concrete action to curb the emissions in the highest polluting sectors. Canada must follow their example, that is, submit the oil and gas sectors to regulation that is commensurate with the commitment they made in Copenhagen. Why are the Conservatives refusing to regulate the oil and gas sector and thus weakening our trade relations with the United States? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we welcome the move in the United States to regulate the greenhouse gas emissions related to the electricity sector. Again, building on our record, we want to work with the United States on reducing greenhouse gas emissions for the oil and gas sector. Our countries should be taking action together, not alone. And this is consistent with what we are already doing, aligning with the United States on greenhouse gas emissions regulations in the transportation sector. And so, for example, 2025 passenger vehicles and light trucks will emit about half as many greenhouse gas emissions in Canada compared to 2008.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, they have to do more than just watch the train go by. The Conservatives' own reports show that they will not meet the greenhouse gas reduction targets that they themselves set for 2020. And this week we learned that there is a major increase in mercury levels around oil sands sites. Why are the Conservatives choosing to leave the Alberta environment and ecosystems deteriorate in this way? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has made responsible resource development a priority. We have worked with the province of Alberta to launch a world-class scientific monitoring system for the oil sands, and this is transparent, public process which has some of Canada's top scientists involved, and these reports show our plan is working, and we will continue to be transparent and promote independent scientific assessment and evaluation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, in the previous budget, the government made changes to the seed potato tuber quality management program administered by the CFIA. These changes will impact the ability of Canadian seed potato growers to export to the United States. Some 17 state seed certification agencies are resisting these changes and maintain that without CFIA shipping point inspections on all seed exports, they will not recognize our product as seed potatoes. What assurance can the minister give us that our seed potato market will not be jeopardized?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for this good question. But I also thank my colleagues, the members for Egmont and for Tobic-Mactaquac, for working so hard to represent the concerns of their potato farmers on this important matter. Mr. Speaker, Canada's seed potato certification system is effective in maintaining Canada's reputation as a supplier of quality seed potatoes, and that is why, working with the Canadian Horticulture Council, we have instructed the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to continue export-related inspections to maintain market access to the United States. And, Mr. Speaker, although I'm answering this question today in the House, I do want farmers to know that the CFIA has written the Horticulture Council on this earlier this week.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, let's turn to seed grain then, where this government is also crippling farmers' ability to compete. The withdrawal of CFIA inspection on seed grain. To quote farmer Charles Murphy, last year CFIA inspected at a cost of $498.63. The new cost to inspect those same fields by the new company is $6,393.35. That is not 3 times the cost. It is over 13 times the cost. When will this government roll back that reckless cost increase and that cost burden on grain producers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, let's talk about farmers and how well they're doing in Canada with our government's policies. Mr. Speaker, crop receipts have increased to over $30.5 billion because of our initiatives. Wheat receipts grew by 26%, Mr. Speaker, a record. And livestock receipts have totaled $21.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, he wants to talk about seed. I would encourage this member to support our C-18, which will bring in agricultural technology to the benefit of our farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mare. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians risk losing their homes because of this government's indifference. And yet, everyone has the right to a roof, but the Conservatives don't seem to care about that. The Federation of Cooperative Housing and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, as well as the NDP, are calling on the government to restore funding for social and cooperative housing. Why isn't the government listening? The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are listening, and we are providing common-sense solutions that actually produce results. Mr. Speaker, what did the director of CHF say about the changes that we've made to help them? He said, and his name is Nicholas Gazard, he said, we are very encouraged that housing co-ops will be able to use these funds, the funds that we provided, to continue to provide support for vulnerable households. So, Mr. Speaker, while the agreements have ended because the mortgages are paid off, we've renewed our investment in affordable housing. The money goes to the provinces. We've also made common sense changes for co-ops, Mr. Speaker. All around, we're getting the job done.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mare. Mr. Speaker, 200,000 cooperative housing units will be lost, and thousands of Canadians will find themselves on a waiting list. The needs are growing, and this government doesn't care. If the government does not act by 2020, cooperative housing will no longer be accessible to low-income residents. Why doesn't the government contribute to making access to affordable housing a priority for Canada? Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, the real question is why did the NDP and the Liberals vote against every one of our initiatives that set out to help Canadians with housing? For example, they voted against us providing $300 million to British Columbia for housing. In PEI, we signed an agreement of $15 million. In New Brunswick, $78 million. Mr. Speaker, in Alberta, $202 million. And across the country, Mr. Speaker, we are signing these agreements. And the NDP vote against it every time. So while they want to talk about helping those who need housing, they do nothing to actually create that.
For Sault Ste. Marie. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know the importance of natural resource development. This is why they trust our government's responsible resource development plan to create jobs and grow the economy while strengthening environmental protection. The natural resources sector supports 1.8 million jobs and contributes nearly 20% to our GDP. Can the Minister of Natural Resources update this House on action our government is taking to build upon this success?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
For the member from Sault Ste. Marie, I appreciate his work for Northern Ontario. Our government is taking action to ensure that our resources are developed responsibly. That's why we've introduced Energy Safety and Security Act to strengthen protection for taxpayers in the event of an incident in the offshore and nuclear sector. Bill C-22 is being studied by the Natural Resource Committee, and I look forward to further debate when it returns to this place. Thank you.
Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow Petro Poroshenko will be inaugurated as President of Ukraine after earning a powerful democratic mandate in last month's election. But Ukraine continues to face extreme pressure from Russia. Crimea has been annexed, and Russian nationals armed by Russia are terrorizing the people and undermining the government in the Donbass. When will Canada finally join our ally, the United States, in adding Igor Sechin, President of Rosneft and a member of the Kremlin Inner Circle, to our sanctions list?
The Honourable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister attended the swearing-in ceremony of President-elect Petro Poroshenko in the Ukraine, and we, Canada, have been a leader in a global response to the Russian aggression in the Ukraine, and Canada has put in place sanctions against over 100 individuals and entities responsible for the crises, contributed hundreds of Canadian observers to help facilitate free, fair and democratic elections in the Ukraine, and providing funds this year to help Ukraine implement needed economic reforms, promote democratic and social development. Russia's illegal occupation of Crimea, Ukraine, and provocations in eastern and southern Ukraine remain a serious concern.
The Honourable Member for Oka-Pontigny. Mr. Speaker, the massive cuts and the Conservatives' inaction have had dire consequences on my riding. Their botched and reckless approach to fighting homelessness means that La Hutte, a homeless shelter in my riding, has lost 25% of its funding. The Conservatives also cut the federal contribution to the Christmas market, which represents millions of dollars in economic repercussions, and they did nothing to protect the Electrolux closure. Why have the Conservatives abandoned their responsibilities in terms of economic development and social protection in Oka-Pontigny? The Honourable Minister of State.
There have been no cuts to our homelessness partnering strategy. In fact, we've renewed our funding over 5 years. And, Mr. Speaker, we have refocused on an evidence-based model to fight homelessness, and it's called Housing First. And the NDP don't like evidence-based, results-orientated policy because, Mr. Speaker, they are politically driven and they want to spread misinformation. So, Mr. Speaker, we're proud of what we've done. Can I tell you, Louise Bradley, President and CEO of the Mental Health Commission, said, "Bold solutions like Housing First are the hallmark of our mandate, and the Government of Canada is right to feel incredibly proud of its investment." We do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on the real priorities of Canadians, creating new jobs and new opportunities. That's why we continue to open new markets for our Canadian exporters around the world. With the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement, Canadian exporters, our service providers, our investors, they'll all benefit from not only enhanced market access, which will create new sources of prosperity for Canadian businesses of all sizes, but also, of course, for their workers. So can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue please update this House in this important trade agreement?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Prince Edward Hastings for that excellent question. Excellent. You know, the reality is in this place that the NDP would prefer to isolate Honduras. We believe that engagement is the best way to promote Canadian values around the world. Through engagement, we are able to share with Honduras our best practices in areas such as human rights, labour rights, democracy, and the environment. Mr. Speaker, trade is absolutely a solution, not a problem.
Member for Mr. Speaker, after the Quebec election, the Conservatives stated that they were eager to work with the new government on major issues. So allow me to draw their attention to a new element in a major issue. The National Assembly unanimously passed a motion reaffirming the strong regional consensus against a toll on the new Champlain Bridge and calling expressly upon the federal government not to impose this toll. This has just happened, and I think it's very clear. Has this message been heard? And on Monday, will they support the Bloc Québécois amendments seeking to remove this toll from the new Champlain Bridge from their mammoth bill? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much. We have always been clear. There will be a toll on the new Champlain Bridge. Unlike the NDP and the Bloc, we believe in the users fees, and this is a clear choice for Canadians. We want to make responsible decisions. If the NDP and the Bloc don't want to pay for this bill, then they will have to vote for important sums in the bill.
Superior North.
Mr. Speaker,
The Conservative proposed prostitution laws will criminalize sex work, both the people who sell it and the people who buy it. It will never pass muster with the courts, and it will put the lives of the vulnerable women and girls in danger. In New Zealand, prostitution is legal, regulated, and taxed. The safety of sex workers and women is protected. Why has the minister introduced a bill he knows will pick yet another fight with the courts?
Minister of Justice. Well, after QP, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that is simply not true. In fact, this bill is, of course, responsive to the Supreme Court decision in Bedford, but more importantly, responsive to Canadians' wishes, which was to ensure that Canadians were safe and protected in their communities. Those most vulnerable, those at risk because of the inherent dangers of prostitution, are also very much at the front of this bill, Mr. Speaker. We've also put in place compassionate measures to help prostitutes to exit the bill, exit the dangers of prostitution. I know they're laughing, Mr. Speaker. It's not a very funny issue at all. It's very much about vulnerable Canadians. That is why we brought this legislation forward. I would encourage all members to actually read the bill before they get up and make uninformed statements.
Honourable member for Huntsick. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the powers conferred upon them by law, the RCMP has ruled that semi-automatic weapons, including different versions of the CEXA 858, are prohibited because they can easily be transformed into automatic weapons. And yet the Minister of Public Safety not only gave a 2-year amnesty to people who possess these weapons, but also ensured them that the RCMP's decision would be promptly reviewed. How does the Minister of Public Security think he can protect the public by turning against the RCMP and refusing to implement effective gun control? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for that question. Canada, in fact, does have a strong gun control system in place to protect Canadian families and our communities. In fact, it is this government that has taken real action, Mr. Speaker, despite the opposition from the parties opposite, to strengthen our laws to stop violent crimes and illegal firearms. In fact, we introduced and passed the Tackling Violent Crime Act, which actually set mandatory sentences for serious gun crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes question period for today. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North has a point of order.
Speaker, it's literally a point of order here in this House. The Honourable Member from Kenora quite often heckles and catcalls. He was doing it today during my question, and I would like that Honourable Member to consider his behaviour and to apologize.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Standing up for the priorities of Northern Ontarians, particularly Northwestern Ontarians, which this member consistently and persistently never does in this place.
I would suggest to the Minister that if he does wish to do that, he'd do it when he's given the floor and not while the other member is trying to ask a question. And I think that would suit the House much better. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Great. Another opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 32, Section 2, I have the honour to table in both official languages 2 copies of the transitional regulations referenced in clauses 53 and 92 of Bill C-5, our offshore safety and health legislation, namely the Canadian Newfoundland and Labrador offshore marine installations. I hear chatter, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to talk above it. And structures, occupational health and safety transitional regulations, the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador offshore marine installations and structures transitional regulations, the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador offshore area diving operations safety transitional regulations, the Canada, Nova Scotia offshore marine installations and structures occupational health and safety transitional regulations, the Canada, Nova Scotia offshore marine installations and structures transitional regulations, and the Canada, Nova Scotia offshore area diving operations safety transitional regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. McKay, Central Nova, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Change the Names of Certain Electoral Districts and to amend the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. McKay-Centronova, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
To delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The fifth report on Chapter 9, Offshore Banking, Canada Revenue Agency of the Fall 2013 report of the Auditor General Canada, and the sixth report on main estimates 2014 to 15, reports on plans and priorities for 2014 to 15, and performance report for 2012 to 13 of the Office of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to the fifth report only. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Kotler, seconded by Ms. Scrow, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Cruelty to Animals. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise and introduce this legislation which amends the Criminal Code's provisions on animal cruelty. In particular, it creates a new offence of inadequate and negligent care of animals. In particular, the bill establishes an offence for anyone who negligently causes unnecessary pain, suffering, or injury to an animal or a bird, or, being the owner, willfully or recklessly abandons it or fails to provide suitable and adequate food, water, air, shelter, and care for it. It also punishes those who negligently injure an animal or a bird while it is being conveyed. As honourable members know, Canada's animal cruelty laws are woefully out of date, may have not been updated since the 1890s. This bill, in my view, represents an important step towards modernizing the law, though I realize more will be done. Mr. Speaker, given the order of precedence, I realize this bill may not see debate before I leave Parliament. I would thus invite the government to consider adopting this legislation as its own and introduce long overdue animal cruelty reforms so that Canada's laws respect and protect animals against actions that show disregard or contempt for their security and well-being. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kotler, seconded by Ms. Scrow, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have a motion regarding Bill C-37 introduced earlier today. There have been extensive discussions among the parties, and I anticipate you'll receive unanimous consent for the following motion, moved by myself, seconded by the Minister of the Environment. And it reads as follows, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-37, an act to change the names of certain electoral districts and to amend the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
Reading this bill. Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
We have actually a number of petitions here, but they're bundled on three issues. So first I'd like to talk about a petition from about 680 persons from Nanaimo, across Vancouver Island, and across British Columbia. And these citizens would like to draw the attention of Parliament to the murder of Kimberly Proctor. They're calling for changes to the criminal code dealing with young persons 16 years or older regarding trial, sentencing, custody, in amendments to be known as Kimberly's Law. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have four petitions bundled together from about 300 citizens from across my riding, Nanoose, Coombs, Arrington, Parksville, and other places, they're concerned about the right to save, exchange, and sell seeds. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I have another petition from citizens concerned about the fair electoral representation.
Great. Well, I think we'll have to move on to the next one because the members have the floor for over a minute now. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition in the House today that arises out of the collapse of Rana Plaza, a garment factory in Bangladesh. Mr. Speaker, when it collapsed, it killed 1,135 workers and injured another 2,500. And the petitioners want to draw the attention of this House to the fundamental right of all workers all over the world to work without fear for their safety and their lives. And because the Accord on Fire and Safety in Bangladesh is a critical mechanism for the safety of garment workers in Bangladesh, Mr. Speaker, they call on this government to endorse the Accord.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be able to present a petition that's calling from the citizens of Canada that want to see tougher laws in the implementation of new mandatory minimum sentencing for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, these petitioners from British Columbia also indicate that the current impaired driving laws are too lenient. They want to see that changed and toughened up, so we have some new mandatory minimum sentences for persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. They want the criminal code to be changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death to vehicular manslaughter, and they have some other good suggestions in their proposal as well. Thank you.
Deputy St. Jean.
Member for St. Jean. I have a petition of over 1,000 names from my riding calling on the opening of a passport office at the Service Canada office in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, which has over 100,000 citizens. There's no passport office there, whereas some towns in Canada of 12,000 citizens have passport offices in Service Canada offices.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table a petition from my riding calling for the removal of any public monument in the name of a person who has advocated or promoted genocide as defined by the Criminal Code. In particular, the petitioners draw the attention of the House to the statue in my riding of Queen Isabella of Spain, who oversaw the iniquitous Spanish Inquisition, which included both the expulsion of all Jews from Spain on pain of death and the forced conversion of those who remained also on pain of death. The petitioners urge the House to consider legislation preventing the memorialization of persons who have committed deplorable acts such as these, and to ensure we do not glorify those responsible for dark chapters in our...
And the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you. I have a number of petitions here from across Canada regarding tougher penalties for sexual predators. The Canadians are concerned that sexual predators the current penalties do not reflect the severity of the crime and the subsequent life-altering consequences suffered by the abuse, and are calling on amendments to the criminal code so that sexual predators receive a minimum imprisonment term of 10 years for rape.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions. One, petitioners call on the Government of Canada not to release GM salmon or GM fish or GM fish eggs. The second, the petitioners call upon the government to enact a national food strategy for all Canadians across this country, and they bring it before this House and have a debate. Just as a sidebar, Mr. Speaker, I've actually initiated that particular thing, and I'd be more than happy to share it with the government. If they want to bring it forward as legislation to enact a national food strategy, they would actually please the petitioners who signed this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I have a petition from the residents of Guelph, which is provided by my colleague from Guelph, that are indicating that across Canada there is a call for the government to require all producers and manufacturers to include potassium on a nutritional facts table on all food labels. They are seriously concerned that many prepackaged foods are not required to list potassium additives, in the best interest of those who must keep an eye on intake, like people suffering from heart and kidney diseases, hypertension, and many other similar conditions. They are calling on the government for assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sending petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Commons.
C-32, Victims' Bill of Rights Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I actually rise to speak to Bill C-32 this afternoon. It's really interesting and to be able to stand and recognize that the government has actually done a fairly good job on this piece of legislation. I think it's one of those things in which time allocation should not be required. It's one of those things in which ultimately is, I believe, relatively non-controversial. Actually, I would look to the minister who has actually done a fairly decent job in terms of bringing the legislation forward. From what I understand through our critic, that the minister actually reached out to different regions of our country to get a better sense of what this bill should look like. And then ultimately brought in the legislation, Mr. Speaker. And I, can't help but think that no doubt there's many other pieces of legislation, most in particular the Elections Act changes that we had that would have benefited by the same sort of an attitude in terms of reaching out to Canadians for input. It's important that we recognize that, in fact, this legislation does build upon previous work from the Paul Martin, Jean Chrétien governments. The victims' rights have always been something that is important. In fact, I was provided one document in which was provided to me, Mr. Speaker, from our critic, and it makes reference to a revised version of the Canadian Statement of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime, and that was done in 2003, which actually provided great detail on principles to guide legislators and service providers in the promoting of access to justice, fair treatment, and provision of assistance for victims of crime. And, Mr. Speaker, I thought, just given the number of points that are listed here, that there might be some value in terms of me reading off this particular list, Mr. Speaker. Again, this document reference, incidentally, in the preamble to the Victims' Bill of Rights, now before the House, identified the following principles as intended to promote fair treatment of victims. And there's 10 quick points, Mr. Speaker, if I can just quickly go through them. One, victims of crime should be treated with courtesy, compassion, and respect. Two, the privacy of victims should be considered and respected to the greatest extent possible. Three, all reasonable measures should be taken to minimize the inconvenience to victims. Four, the safety and security of victims should be considered at all stages of the criminal justice process, and appropriate measures should be taken when necessary to protect victims from intimidation and or retaliation, Mr. Speaker. 5, information should be provided to victims about the criminal justice system and the victim's role and opportunities to participate in the criminal justice process. 6, victims should be given information in accordance with prevailing law, policies, and procedures about the status of the investigation, the scheduling, progress, and final outcome of the proceedings, and the status of the offender in the correctional system. 7, information should be provided to victims about available victims assistance services, other programs, and assistance available to them, and means of obtaining financial reparation. 8, that the views, concerns, and representations of victims are an important consideration in a criminal justice process and should be considered in accordance with the prevailing law, policies, and procedures. 9, the needs, concerns, and diversity of victims should be considered in the development and delivery of programs and services and in related education and training. And 10, Mr. Speaker, information should be provided to the victims about available options to raise their concerns when they believe that these principles have not been followed. Mr. Speaker, In 2005, the Liberal government at the time announced new initiatives to support victims of crime, including allowing victims to apply for financial assistance to attend the National Parole Board hearings of offenders who have in fact harmed them. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's fair to say that members of this House as a whole, but I can speak on behalf of the Liberal caucus, Mr. Speaker, have long been concerned about victims and understanding and appreciate the importance of ensuring that as much as possible is done, Mr. Speaker, to take into consideration the rights of victims. So it should be no surprise that we find ourselves here today supporting Bill C-32. As I've indicated, it does continue to build upon other government initiatives in a very positive fashion. The Liberal Party critic has pointed out in second reading that this bill is actually broken into two really major areas. First, the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, which specifies that victims of a crime have a right to information about the criminal justice system. And he went on to use the example that the bill provides access to some elements regarding the status of a particular investigation. It includes measures to protect the security and privacy of the victim, as well would ensure that the victim is shielded from any form of intimidation. Mr. Speaker, the bill also provides, as has been pointed out from my colleague, provides a victim the right to convey their views and the rights to have them considered, as well as to make victim impact statements and to seek restitution orders. Mr. Speaker, if I can just pause on that particular moment, I've had the opportunity in a much smaller capacity, I must say, but to serve in a very rewarding way on a youth justice committee. And we were moving in a direction of how it is that we can get victims more involved in the dispositions at the time, and we felt in certain situations that it would in fact be appropriate, if at all possible, to invite the participation of a victim, where the youth has, an example might be vandalized or stolen from an individual or a company, where the circumstances around the meeting with the youth in question allowed us to have the victim come before the Justice Committee along with the youth, and we tried to work together in terms of coming up with a disposition. And what we have found, Mr. Speaker, is that there is a great sense of accomplishment where both the victim and the perpetrator, Mr. Speaker, feel that through that process that the disposition is in fact appropriate. And in particular, from the victim's perspective, they see justice firsthand being applied, Mr. Speaker. And what I had witnessed, and I wasn't directly involved because I was the chair of the committee, only on a couple occasions where I was directly involved in this, Mr. Speaker. What I witnessed was that the victim felt wonderful about the opportunity to get engaged in the process and to be a part of it to the degree in which this Justice Committee would allow that to happen. So the bill specifies when these types of rights apply, who can exercise them, how complaints are to be treated, and the interpretation of this act relative to other acts. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, even though those are the two major aspects of the legislation, that there are some other amendments that are being proposed. And when I had the opportunity to go through it, I thought allowing the victim the right to seek a publication ban, I thought was interesting and something in which I think is quite important for us to recognize. That change would ensure that harm of the victims is considered also in the sentencing, Mr. Speaker. So I think that there's a number of reasons why it is that we should be satisfied with the legislation as proposed. And it's not to say that the government could not have done a better job in the drafting of the legislation prior to going to committee, Mr. Speaker. There were some concerns that were expressed, and if I can, just to point out three of them that have been provided to me. One, of course, is that the bill provides for an enhanced information sharing, but does not outline the responsibilities for this in specific terms, Mr. Speaker. It's an area in which we thought had fallen short during second reading debate. We also note, Mr. Speaker, through presentations that were made, is that and feedback that was received, is that it does not address the fact that most victims don't know they need to register with the Parole Board or the Correctional Services of Canada in order to receive information about the offender who in fact had harmed them, Mr. Speaker. The third point that I would raise is that the bill allows for certain victims to be informed of a plea bargain, but it does not allow for victims to have a say before a plea is in fact accepted. These are some of the views, for example, that were expressed by the Victims' Rights Ombudsman and as others, Mr. Speaker, both formally and informally, has been able to raise with the Liberal Party and committee members and so forth. Mr. Speaker, we need to recognize that the victims' rights are of the utmost importance, but I wanted to look at concluding my remarks by making a general observation, if I may, Mr. Speaker, in regards to victims as a whole. And that is that I do believe that there is so much more that the government could be doing to preventing victims in the first place. And this is something in which I believe that the government needs to start investing more time and energy into it. Yesterday, it was wonderful. I was in the chamber and we were able to debate fetal alcohol disorder, Mr. Speaker. And this is a disorder that, if it was identified at an earlier stage, would go a long way in terms of assisting some, in terms of being able to stay away from our justice system, Mr. Speaker. And there are some simple things that could, in fact, be done. I get very frustrated very quickly when I hear of the many different stories or concerns that come out of Winnipeg North, and frustrated in the sense that why have we not been able to better provide for Canadians as a whole, but for me specifically at this moment, for the residents of Winnipeg North, in trying to come up with alternatives for our young people in particular that would take them away from gangs, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think the government does enough in regards to that. What other sorts of other alternatives through programming that we might be able to provide? Now, I recognize that there's different roles and responsibilities depending on the level of government, but here's what I would suggest, that the national government does have a strong role to play in terms of coordination, making sure that the different stakeholders are brought together, that there's dialogue that occurs, that there's a sense of best practices that occur during the many different jurisdictions and communities that are out there. And this is something in which I do believe that the current government has really fallen short on, that the current Prime Minister believes that the least involvement of government, the better it is for society as a whole. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that approach can be best seen in a wide variety of different actions, or I should say lack of actions, by the Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker, but in certain areas even more so. And I would suggest to you that a couple that come to mind right away
is the issue of health care and the issue of justice. And, Mr. Speaker, when I was first elected in a by-election, I had indicated that one of the primary, if not the most important message I wanted to be able to convey to members of this privileged chamber, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that people need to, in our communities, need to be able to feel safe in the communities in which they live. And there are certain areas, pockets, if I can put it that way, across our country where that sense of feeling safe and secure in the homes is challenged at times. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if the government really wanted to make a difference, that it could do that, Mr. Speaker, in a more tangible way. And let me give a couple of specific examples to that, because it is all about how we might be able to prevent victims from or future victims, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that really frustrated myself was issues related to community policing. It was quite upsetting when we had community police offices in Winnipeg's North End being closed down, and it didn't matter whether it was the provincial government or the national government, and to a certain extent the municipal government, that no one seemed to stand up and say that this was not the direction we should be going in. Now, I remember, and we've had former chiefs of police in Winnipeg indicate very clearly that community policing works and it can be effective. I know firsthand in terms of just how effective it could be. Well, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, when we collectively allowed for the closing down of community policing, that really what we have done is we have allowed for more victims in the future, Mr. Speaker, because through community policing, as an example, you will find that they're better able to work with young people. They're better able to get a sense of where those problem areas are, Mr. Speaker. And by doing that, they're able to prevent crimes from taking place. And, Mr. Speaker, this is something that I know and I believe would have made a difference. Now, you know, I can recall that the Ottawa, the current Prime Minister, came up with a pot of money in which that money was going to be used to increase the number of police officers. And that money was then given out to the different provinces, from what I understand. But in Manitoba, that money was just, in essence, put aside. And the reason being, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know today if, in fact, it was actually ever utilized, but what it was a commitment that came from Ottawa saying that we want to see more police in our communities out on the street. Well, that did not happen, even though Ottawa wanted to see that happen and allocated money out to it, Mr. Speaker. It did not happen. And the reason being is because there wasn't that sense of cooperation coming from Ottawa and the province to ensure that, in fact, it would have happened. Instead, Mr. Speaker, what we saw was a pot of money put to the side, and the province didn't act on it, working with the city of Winnipeg. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate. Whatever the arguments might have been, the bottom line is who paid the cost? Well, you had the Prime Minister, on the one hand, trying to say, we're going to put more police on the streets, and then on the other hand, he was not successful at that because he didn't work with the different stakeholders, and at the time, that meant that those police officers that he promised never materialized, at least in a timely fashion, Mr. Speaker, and as a result, I would suggest to you, we might have lost the opportunity to have prevented some crimes from taking place. There needs to be more, and that's really what it boils down to, Mr. Speaker. There needs to be more cooperation with the federal government, and the different stakeholders in order to prevent crimes from taking place in the first place. So if I could send a message to the Prime Minister today, that message would be is that we need to take a more holistic approach at dealing with crime in our communities and provide the type of programming that's going to make a difference, that's going to prevent victims, Mr. Speaker, from taking place, prevent crimes. That's what I think we need to start getting tough on, the causes of crime, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to future budgets where we will see more of a priority and allocation to do just that. Fight, Mr. Speaker, and fight where we can prevent crime from taking place in the first place. Thank you.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable House Leader. Yes, of course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise not in relation to questions and comments, but rather to provide the following notice to the House. I must advise that an agreement has not been reached under the provisions of Standing Orders 78.1 and 78.2 concerning the proceedings at report stage and third reading of Bill C-24, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting of the House a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at those stages.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member from Malpeque.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see you sitting in the big chair this afternoon, sir. My question is to my colleague, and you know this is another bill coming forward from the government that they try to talk about as if they're tough on crime, and this is the Canadian Victims Bill of Rights. But what I've seen a lot of, Mr. Speaker, in terms of especially the private members' bills coming forward, is the government comes in with a bill which looks like it'll do A, B, C, and D. Witnesses are brought forward on that bill as is. Then it gets to through the committee, near done of the committee stage, as the witnesses are sent home. Then the government itself amends their own bills, because they're often poorly done, and amends private members' bills, and virtually brings the bill back to pretty near where the original law was. I myself see that, Mr. Speaker, as almost a re-victimization of victims, because the government lets on they're doing A, B, C, and D, but really doesn't get it done through the Act, because at the end of the day, they amend it back to near the way it was. And I wonder if my colleague has anything to say on that.
The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, and I thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker, for the question. You know, it has been an issue with this government, typically on virtually all the legislation related to crime, and that is that the government likes to be able to come across as if they're really, really tough on crime. That's the message that they're trying to communicate. And if you read through some of the legislation, you will find that, in fact, there's not really that much to a lot of it, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there are some initiatives that they have taken, but it seems to me that it is more about political spin than it is about improving the law itself. And I think that's what can get very frustrating, as my colleague points out. You know, you could bring forward amendments to the legislation, and the government just doesn't act on those legislation. They have their own agenda, and that is something in which they want to push through, not necessarily responding to amendments. And that's what we see with a vast majority of the legislation that they actually bring in, Mr. Speaker. And if they were to open their attitudes towards receiving amendments, then I do think as a whole we would have much better legislation passing through the House. I thank the member for the question.
It helped them.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments?
Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague from Winnipeg North. He has indicated some concern, maybe it was indirect expression of concern, that there may be more form than substance. We may be just scratching the surface and not going into real depth on victims or the creation of victims. And so I'm wondering if I could have some clarification from the member for Winnipeg North about his position. Is the Liberal Party supporting the bill despite the concerns or not? Thank you.
The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate the question from the member. And what I had indicated at the onset of my remarks is that we, within the Liberal Party, look at this as a continuation in good part of actions that were taken back in that 2003 time frame, where there was a great deal of effort put into revising the Canadian Statement of Basic Principles for justice of victims of crime. And that is something that was there for all legislatures to go over. And I went over a number of points. I believe it was 10 points at the time. And as opposed to going through all of those points, suffice to say that that we will, in fact, be supporting the legislation. Now, having said that, another comment I made is that we do feel that that there could have been a few more items that would have been able to amended the legislation, which would have enhanced the victims' rights or the bill itself. And we'll have to wait for another more opportune time, maybe when government's more open to having and receiving amendments, Mr. Speaker. But suffice to say that we're prepared to vote in favor of the legislation because in most part it is something in which is quite supportive.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague for the answers. I was just wondering if one of the concerns that I have in particular, and my speech will address this, Mr. Speaker, is that there appears to be no attached funding envelope to the Victims' Bill of Rights, to Bill C-32. Now, that could be the way that the bill has been drafted, to actually not involve the need for material resources. But I rather suspect that in order to adequately implement a bill of this sort, extra money will be needed to make it effective. And so I'd like to ask my colleague whether or not he sees the lack of a bringing together, convergence of funding and the bill as a problem, and whether or not that should be taken into account in any way during the committee stage.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and that's why in my comments I made reference that I look forward in anticipation of future budgets, because it's more than just the legislation. It is important that we need to recognize resources, and by resources I'm referring to finances, obviously, amongst other things, but finances is a very important aspect to the resources in supporting this particular bill going forward. It is a concern that we have consistently expressed, and I made reference to it in terms of how the government likes to be able to come up with legislative ideas and thoughts, bring them in, have a lot of fanfare, do the press releases, the photo ops, and so forth, and go for those 3-inch headlines, but then it's the follow-through that we are concerned about. So when the member makes reference to the financial shortcomings or resource shortcomings of this particular piece of legislation, we share the concerns, and I'm not too sure if this is something that could have been amended into the legislation. I'm not the critic for the legislation, so it's something in which I would have to look to the Liberal Party's critic and follow his lead.
There's enough time for another question or comment. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Thank you, and not to abuse the floor, but I have a feeling that in my own speech, Mr. Speaker, I might not actually get to this point. And so I was just wondering if my colleague would care to comment on one of the conclusions that comes from Chapter 9 in a book called Gun Violence, Disability and Recovery. It's written by Dr. Annette Bailey of Ryerson University. And she talks about the one kind of service that's needed that really doesn't exist either provincially or certainly not nationally, which she refers to as trauma-informed grief counseling. And, quote, several service providers interviewed feel there are insufficient grief support services for survivors of violent crime in general. Those that do exist often do not address the specific needs of gun violence survivors whose trauma may be compounded by the stigma, guilt, and self-blame. Making trauma-informed counseling available to survivors, quote, requires a shift at the national level in recognizing grief as a mental health issue, end of quote, within a quote. So I'd like to ask Mr. Speaker whether my honourable colleague would agree with me that apart from the preventative initiatives he spoke about correctly, that we're probably missing serious downstream questions about the impacts on victims, including family members, and that recognizing grief as a mental health issue could take us some way to a more holistic and fuller view of the impact of crime on victims.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North has about 30 seconds left.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I had an experience, an unfortunate, sad experience, where I was with a mother when she was first announced that her son had been brutally murdered, and where the police officer walks in and says, "We have found your son's body, and he's been murdered," and the profound impact that had on this individual was, truly amazing. And what she had to go over in the years that followed is one cannot help but feel a great deal of sympathy for. And there is no doubt that we can do a lot more on that whole front of trauma for victims of crime.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise to speak on this bill. I should note that I'll be sharing my time with the member for La Salle-et-Mar. I do want to start on, I recognize, a negative note. Most of what is in this bill is indeed positive, but this bill is extremely limited in its understanding both of the needs of victims and the responsibilities of society through government to help victims. And so if we're all going to be supporting this going to committee and possibly voting for it at third reading, I think we have to make sure that the hype does not outdistance the reality, and that much work will need to be done on deeper issues around victimhood than this bill addresses. I may not go as far as leading lawyer Clayton Ruby has gone in calling this, quote, shallow symbolism, unquote, but I would agree with the first victim's ombudsman, Steve Sullivan, when he commented on April 3rd to CBC that the government has overpromised and underdelivered in this bill. And not to get into the crazy game of grading bills, but I guess I will, he said that he'd give this a C+ or a D- without even looking at what the government had been promising in advance. The fact of the hype in advance means that he would probably give it an even worse grade. And by way of introduction, I would also note, Mr. Speaker, that one of the victim's mother, who spoke in Global News, said something that I think was extremely eloquent when she said, quote, beyond the sentencing stage of the process, the victims basically fall off the face of the earth, end of quotation. And that's not to say that that's entirely true about this bill, but that's generally the situation when it comes to how victims, including the family members of immediate victims, friends, and even the community, the neighbors of victims, are treated in our society. And this doesn't have to be the case. There are societies where a much more coordinated, holistic, and robust response to the pain, the grief, and the trauma caused by crime is actually dealt with more effectively than in Canada. One of the reasons it's not dealt with that effectively here has to do with one of the virtues of our country, that's federalism, which means that by and large this has been left as a kind of a social service in the philosophy of the federal government. The federal government has got involved in sporadic funding of post-crime victim support, but it is just that. It's funding, and it's not an attempt to truly create a national framework. Now, I first became aware of a limitation in the government's approach to victims of crime when early on after being elected, I was on the Justice Committee considering a bill that would increase offender surcharges. And a number of members of the committee clearly stated that between surcharges, that is ensuring that the perpetrators of crime pay, and provincial programs, the government's, the federal government's responsibility for assistance, that includes the need for programs and funding, basically ends. I felt then, and I feel now, that this is a highly inadequate view. It doesn't understand our jurisdiction federally over crime and criminal law. It basically leaves victims after the court process in terms of jurisdiction to create programs, and completely buries that responsibility within, as I said before, ad hoc spending power involvement. Now, I don't want to say there's nothing in the bill. There is an addition to this philosophy of perpetrators paying in sections 16 and 17 of Bill C-32. These are new restitution provisions that brings our criminal law closer to some civil law models, where every victim has the right to have the court consider making a restitution order against the offender, and then if that order is made by the judge, the order is entered as a civil court judgment that can be enforced against the offender. This is a welcome provision, but everybody will recognize that it has limits. It requires offenders who are capable of paying. And so the same problem we have with surcharges as being a very inadequate way to ensure, if you're focusing on the victim, that there is compensation, the restitution feature is only going to add another element to that, but will be far outdistanced by situations in which offenders, perpetrators who are convicted will not have the resources, and so the idea of a restitution order will have no meaningful impact on the kinds of compensation that can actually help victims deal with the trauma, the grief, picking up the pieces after their own victimization of a crime or that of a loved one. At around that time, I began to interact with a very inspiring woman in my constituency, Joan Howard, who had lost a son in 2003, so over 10 years ago now, to gun violence. He was shot dead in the hallway of a building in Toronto, Danforth, with a handgun. Kempton Howard, after whom a park is named in our riding, was a role model to countless teens through his volunteer work at Eastview Neighborhoods Center's Boys and Girls Club. There he was a moderator of a junior leadership program, an after-school children's program leader, a summer day camp counselor, a youth basketball coach, and he was also a recipient, Mr. Speaker, of the Youth Ontario Services Award. Joan spent many years dealing with the trauma and then the long-lasting grief. And she began to ask herself, what could she do? Now, she has done many things. She has basically become part of a peer support system that I'll talk about briefly if I have time. But more recently, we've joined together for a petition campaign that has been tabled on many occasions in this House. And that petition basically asks the House of Commons to better understand that victims of crime, especially crimes of violence and crimes involving guns, include the loved ones of the direct victims. And that as a consequence, we need to create a meaningful countrywide system of public support for the loved ones of murder victims as well as for victims of crime who survive the crimes against them, and ensure adequate funding for such a system. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that along with Reverend Sky Star, who runs an amazing program called Out of Bounds, with the kind of the thematic subtitle of Greece Support from the Inside Out, a program that involves the mutual peer support model. Between Joan and Reverend Starr, I've become inspired, or at least better informed, about the need to take seriously trauma and then ongoing grief as something that destroys lives and whole communities. To that end, we had a teach-in here on the Hill, December 10th, 2013, which happens to be International Human Rights Day. A seminar on the Hill to which a number of MPs came from all parties. Not the Conservative Party, but the Parliamentary Secretary for Justice did send a staff member. The staff member seemed to have been extremely moved by what he heard and learned, and we hoped that this session would go back to the Parliamentary Secretary and then to the Justice Minister and factor into what we knew was coming as the Victims' Bill of Rights. Unfortunately, I don't believe that's the case. That said, I don't think that anything in the Victims' Bill of Rights precludes us moving forward in the future on better understanding the basic points that Reverend Starr made during that seminar when she said she outlined three crucial needs. One, there is a need for sustainable funding for grassroots organizations and resources to help the organizations find funding opportunities to actually help victims. Two, trauma-specific policies are needed to deal with the lack of trauma support that currently exists in communities. And three, recognition of grief as a mental health issue, and that has to be first and foremost a starting point, and that the grief and the trauma that flow from gun violence in many ways are very particular and very long-lasting. I'd end my comments, Mr. Speaker, by paying tribute to another member of my community, Jonathan Kahn, who was shot dead on the Danforth with a gun. I attended his funeral in a synagogue in North Toronto only a few months ago, and again had occasion to realize how easily lives are destroyed, not simply the lives of those killed, but those who survived them. And the only thing that propels people forward are support networks. We as a society need to help create those support networks and not rely only on families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la Salle-et-Marne.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Marne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. Thanks to his profession, he has been able to give a much more in-depth look at some of the provisions of this bill. I would like him to expand a little bit more as to whether he sees in some of the proposals in this bill, does he see a certain kind of overlapping or a certain kind of difficulty with regard to leaving the legal side, letting the legal side make decisions? Doesn't he feel that the government is interfering in decisions that could be made by judges, lawyers, and other jurists?
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you to be completely honest. That is something that I did not really study in this bill, at least not to date. But I understand where this question is coming from. And after discussion with the justice critic, I think that it is very important to hear witnesses at committee who will be able to tell us a little bit more on that. So I'm very sorry, but I can't say more than that on this topic. But it was a very important question.
The
Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you very much. As my colleague was saying, this bill is a step in the right direction, but there are still many flaws and there's a lack of resources. The bill wants to strengthen rights, yet, on the other hand, it is not binding. It is not legally binding on the actors in the legal system. Here is what a Victims Defense Association said. Strengthening victims' rights in criminal proceedings is a good thing, but their social rights should not be overridden, because these social rights give them access to programs to help support them. So it's all very well and good to have a Bill of Rights, but if those rights are not binding and if no resources are brought in to help victims, what's the point?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Oui, la question suit plus ou moins
So that question follows the theme contained in my speech. This bill leaves victims at the door because it does not provide for enough resources. There is not enough support for victims once the process is over. And I think this is a choice which was deliberately made by the government, and I don't quite understand why, because there was a lot of fanfare around this Bill of Rights, and I don't think this is something that the committee will be able to fix. We will have to follow the progress by this Bill of Rights, both as a party and as a government, because there really is a gap when it comes to supporting victims under this bill. Very brief question. The member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, rather. I am interested in hearing what my honourable colleague has to say about how he thinks this bill will have consequences on the process. As it now stands before the courts, there are a lot of delays, and it takes a very long time for cases to get to trial and for cases to unfold. Does he think that this bill will slow down the process even more? Well, that's a very good question, and I imagine that the answer is yes. There are procedures in law which are affected by the bill. And any bill that touches on procedures means there will be delays. And the problem with delays is that it means it affects the victims themselves. So I don't know exactly how the federal government will be able to fix that problem without giving the provinces more resources in order to ensure that procedures unfold more quickly. The member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it is with a great deal of seriousness that I rise in the House to debate Bill C-32. Bill 32, an act to enact the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights and to amend certain acts, is a fairly thick bill, and the summary of the bill runs several pages in length, so I will not be able to go into every aspect of the bill. But I would like to say that as the member for La Salle-et-Mar and as a lawmaker here in this chamber, we are often called on to strike a balance when bills are introduced and when bills are developed. We're always looking for the right balance. We look for a balance between things which are not necessarily easy to reconcile, which might even seem to be contradictory. A balance between seemingly opposite priorities. So any bill needs to strike a balance. But we're lucky because in Canada, we have very solid democratic institutions. And we are a country which is based on the rule of law, on order. There is a separation between what we do here in the House of Commons and the legal branch. So there's a distinction between these two branches, the legislative and the legal branch. And we keep this in mind when we develop legislation and when we debate bills. So it's very important to keep that in mind as well. Every member in this House, regardless of political affiliation, every member has the same objective, namely to make this country even better, to serve Canadians, and to defend the interests of all Canadians, and not just particular interests of certain groups. Sometimes each of us, when we enter politics, we enter with deep convictions, with personal motivations. There are many reasons why each of us has chosen to enter politics. However, we cannot let some of these personal convictions override some of the important and fundamental principles which govern our country. So we have before us a bill which would enshrine a victim's Bill of Rights. The NDP is a party which listens to victims and which listens to victims when they tell us what their needs are. So it is important for us that the voice of these victims be heard. Often victims will suffer in silence. They will not be heard or supported, and certainly they have to go through traumatic events. I believe that the intentions of the government with this bill was to give a voice to victims. The question, though, is the government in this bill giving victims the resources they need to make their voices heard? Well, when you look at some of the analyses which were presented up until now, what is quite remarkable is that these analyses not only talk about what this bill achieves, but what the bill does not achieve, what it does not address. There are no systematic means to apply the Victim's Bill of Rights. So when I look at the summary, it says that the court is to systematically issue an order of compensation to be paid for by the offender. So as far as that point is concerned, and I can't go into it in detail, the question we must ask ourselves is whether ordering restitution is realistic. What the government seeks is that offenders provide restitution to their victims. But sometimes that's not possible, because it can happen that those who have been accused or the offenders simply don't have the means to provide restitution. The government had struck a commission which could order compensation for victims of crime. Some provinces in fact, did create such a commission. That is a commission which would order compensation for victims of violent crime. But that is not the case in every province. Yet, under the Victims' Bill of Rights, perhaps we could add a mechanism by which the federal government could, in a very real way, help victims by creating a commission which could order restitution to victims. There are other points, and at this point I would encourage the government to be open to in committee. These points should be studied more closely at committee. So it will be very important for the committee study this piece of legislation in depth. For instance, as I mentioned, as far as restitution is concerned, restitution for victims, well, how would that restitution be enforced? Also, at debate, I had mentioned something else. So this bill is the theory, the plan, the intentions. But how would this translate on the ground? How would the bill be enforced in our legal system? Today, there are huge delays in the legal system. People wait for their cases to go forward. They wait a long time. And the question is this legislation going to slow things down even more? I'm not questioning the government's intentions in bringing about a victim's Bill of Rights. But what I'm questioning is whether this bill will slow down the legal process. Another issue which caught my attention is this. There is an obligation, and I'm not quite sure I understood this correctly, an obligation on the part of victims of spousal violence to testify. Spouses, therefore, will be compelled to testify. And I think this is a provision which we will have to look at more closely. You have to understand that violence, spousal violence, has its own very particular set of circumstances. And I think we have to be very careful here. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this is a large bill. The bill has good intentions, but we need to know whether the government is ready to provide the resources which are needed to ensure the bill can be applied and to ensure that victims are truly protected. I also hope that the government is going to listen to what people have to say at committee in order to be open to any potential amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
From Mount Royal? Nope. Okay. Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for her passionate speech. She's always passionate. I like the fact that the member talked about resources, that is, the resources victims will need, but which they do not always have access to, support and services. In fact, this is something that comes up a lot in conservative legislation. The Conservatives say they want to help certain groups and that they want to bring down the crime rate, and yet they never provide any resources to go along with their words and good intentions. several studies have revealed, both in Canada and abroad, that the greatest deterrent to criminals is the chance or the potential of getting caught. So if you want to fight crime, it's not only by imposing mandatory minimums that you will deter criminals, but it will be to, for instance, give law enforcement officials at the border or elsewhere the tools they need to fight crime. So it's always a matter of resources. That's always what it comes down to. So I would like to hear my colleagues speak more to that. In this case, more resources for victims. The member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague for having reminded us of that issue. After the bill was introduced, certain people spoke up, and something that was repeated is the fact that the government is not truly providing resources to victims of crime, and the government wants offenders to pay compensation. But you have to understand that some violent criminals are so poor that they could not compensate their victims, that this would be impossible, especially if they are behind bars. Another thing is that if the government truly wants to help victims, and again, this is something that was said in the Globe and Mail, the government should give more funding, increase its investment in programs which already exist. This way, the government should partner with provinces which already have compensation programs for victims. This way as well, anyone could access these programs across the country. But again, these programs have to be well funded. The federal government, which claims it wants to fight for victims' rights, should be the first to stand up and welcome that recommendation. Very brief question. The honourable member for Repentigny. I myself worked as a correctional officer, and I know a lot of people who victimized others, and I don't know if the victims themselves want to relive the experiences they went through. I know that they want more support, so I wonder if my honourable colleague wants to speak more about victim support programs. The member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for raising that issue. It's not just a matter of money. Human beings are very fragile, and if you're the victim of a violent crime, or if you witness a violent crime, it affects you on many levels. And so people who've witnessed these crimes or been victims of crimes need psychological support. They also need some, I would use the word technical support to navigate the system. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I also think it's very important that there be room for redemption. This is part of human nature, and it is part of it comes at the end of a very long process. Thank you very much. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I will begin my speech by assessing the merits of the new provisions included in Bill C-32, which would enact the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. As I said in the past, this assessment on merits will focus on some of the administrative rules at issue today. It's a huge bill, and I think that my contribution today will focus on specific aspects of the bill. Some provisions of this bill introduce changes to the rules the rules governing the admissibility of evidence. I'll therefore attempt to evaluate the bill's impact on the practice of criminal law, both from the prosecution's and the defense's point of view. So this is coming back to what I originally did in my law practice. So I'm going to focus on the principles contained in this bill and see how they would apply in the everyday life of a legal practitioner. I'm also going to talk about the fact that the spouse of a victim could be called to testify if the victim died or is incapable of acting on his or her own behalf. And this is a very specific aspect contained in the bill. The Canada Evidence Act already addresses this kind of situation. And again, based on my own experience, the government seems to be looking for credit for something which already exists under existing legislation, including the Canada Evidence Act. It seems that the government is trying to gain the most politically from this bill because it contains provisions which are already being applied by legal practitioners within our criminal justice system. So again, it seems that the government is trying to make headlines in its own favor with this bill. So this aspect of the bill would simply codify a pre-existing practice under the best rules of evidence contained in the Canada Evidence Act, and which applies to all criminal and civil procedures as well as to all areas which fall under federal jurisdiction. So when you study law, you learn about the best rule of evidence. That is, a judge has to use the best evidence presented to make a decision, and any witness who can provide the best evidence possible has to be called. Under this bill, if a victim could not testify for physical or mental reasons or monetary reasons, if that victim was to testify against their spouse, or rather, the spouse might be able to testify on behalf of that victim. When it comes to these types of situations, there are already provisions in the law. For instance, Section 6.1 states that the court may order that a witness who has trouble communicating due to a physical disability be given the means by which to express him or herself. So, a side note refers to the witness's mental capacity under the Canada Evidence Act. The court may make the same order under Section 15 for a witness who has the mental ability to testify, but who has difficulty expressing themselves. So, the Victims' Bill of Rights addresses this, but it is already contained in the Canada Evidence Act. That said, there are certain nuances here. The Victims' Bill of Rights covers the possibility of spouses testifying against their partners. So this is a new aspect of the bill which should be studied more closely. And lastly, 6.3 of the Canada Evidence Act says that the court may order an inquiry to determine whether the means put at the disposal of the witness as per the section are necessary and reliable. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, these are very flexible rules which can be adapted to the situation on the ground. Under the Evidence Act, a tribunal must determine whether a witness who should testify is able to do so for physical or mental reasons. So again, there's a certain amount of discretion contained in the law, and this is necessary for the practice of law on the ground, and legal actors have a certain leeway, and I've seen situations where witnesses were called and they spoke in a separate room and not in the main courtroom. And in fact, in many courthouses, this kind of setup already exists. For instance, if a child had to testify in a case of child abuse and did not want to or could not face the presumed aggressor. So the courts have adapted to some situations. The main reason the NDP called in legal experts before the committee was to assess whether the Victims' Bill of Rights could work within Canada's legal system and whether it meets the needs and addresses the recommendations of victims. And this is where things come down to the crunch, because beyond the headlines, we really have to get back to basics, and I keep on repeating this. I feel like a broken record. We cannot only craft legislation based on what certain groups are saying. We know that there are many victims. They are spread across the country. And so instead of crafting legislation which is more utilitarian, we need to craft legislation by listening to everybody who is involved, by listening to all stakeholders. This bill really seems utilitarian. It seems devised to build.
Order. Malheureusement.
Unfortunately, it is now 1:30. The honourable member will have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to finish his speech the next time the bill is before the House. But now, the House will now move to private members' business, as it is indicated on today's order paper.
On motion M504, instruction to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, Violence Against Women, standing in the name of Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that the Standing Committee on the Status of Women be instructed to undertake a study on the subject of best practices in education and social programs in Canada that prevent violence against women and report its findings to the House within 1 year of the study's initiation. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm privileged to rise today to introduce motion M504, which you just read, so I won't read it again, but I will highlight the key word in it, Mr. Speaker, is prevention. And I'm really pleased, Mr. Speaker, that you're here to hear this speech today, because I know you share my value system. I'm very pleased also that I have family members, friends, and staff here to hear this very important motion. This motion was initiated in part because I became aware of the annual domestic violence statistics in my riding of Sault Ste. Marie. The results were astounding, considering our population of 75,000. And, Mr. Speaker, these types of statistics are consistent Canada-wide. In 2010, Sault Ste. Marie Police Services recorded 1,178 domestic incidents, of which 258 criminal charges were laid. The Ontario Provincial Police investigated an additional 402 domestic incidents in Algoma, which resulted in 119 criminal charges being laid. Combined, that results in over 1 criminal charge per day. And, Mr. Speaker, these are reported cases. I can only imagine the number of incidents that go unreported. And, Mr. Speaker, the majority of domestic violence incidents are violence against women. On top of that, the Victim Witness Assistance Program opened 371 case files specific to partner assault, which represents 72% of their caseload. Women in Crisis provided emergency shelter to 456 women and children Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate that this is all in a one-year period. These trends repeat year after year. Additional research presented more statistics that are unacceptable to me as a male. I've been fortunate to be married for 32 years and to raise 2 sons, both of whom are in healthy relationships with their girlfriends. And when I read about these statistics, I'm deeply disturbed, as I don't believe domestic violence by men against women and girls should be tolerated, nor, Mr. Speaker, do my sons. They have never experienced domestic violence in my household. These statistics come from a report completed by the Canadian Centre for Justice Statistics released in February of 2013. They're based upon an internationally accepted definition of violence against women by the UN in 1993 as being any act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether occurring in public or private life. It should also be noted that these statistics are based primarily on those acts that constitute crimes under the criminal code. In 2011, the 5 most common violent offenses committed against women were common assault, uttering threats, serious assault, sexual assault, and criminal harassment. Women were 11 times more likely than men to be a victim of sexual offenses and 3 times as likely to be a victim of criminal harassment or stalking. And Mr. Speaker, overall, men were responsible for 83% of police-reported violence committed against women. Most commonly, the accused was the woman's intimate partner at 45%, followed by acquaintances or friends at 27%, strangers 16%, and non-spousal family members 12%. This contrasts violent crimes against men, where intimate partners were among the least common perpetrators at 12%. Intimate partner violence, which was nearly 4 times higher for women, was characterized by physical assaults and the use of physical force rather than weapons. And, Mr. Speaker, about half of female victims of intimate partner violence suffered some type of injury. As mentioned in the UN definition, there are many forms of violence, including physical, sexual, emotional, and financial abuse and neglect. Physical abuse is obvious and includes such things as pushing, hitting, slapping, pinching, or punching, to name but a few. Sexual abuse can include sexual touching or sexual activity without consent, or forcing someone to commit unsafe or humiliating sex acts. Emotional abuse happens when a person uses words or actions to control, frighten, or isolate someone or take away their self-respect. It can include such things as constant yelling or criticism, or keeping someone from seeing family or friends. Financial abuse happens when someone uses money or property to control or exploit someone else, and can include such things as withholding or limiting money to control someone. Neglect occurs when a family member who has a duty to care for you fails to provide you with basic needs. And Mr. Speaker, many men and women alike do not even recognize some of these are even forms of violence. I believe that if best practices in prevention are implemented at appropriate stages in an individual's life, that domestic violence incidents can be dramatically reduced. And the reason I believe this is because I'm familiar with some of the rehabilitation programs that are delivered to incarcerated individuals that actually change these individuals' lives to the point they do not reoffend once released. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, if we can rehabilitate those who have already offended, then we can also reduce the possibility of offending in the first place by providing necessary preventative tools. Treatment programs provided in prisons include such things as life without violence, criminal thinking distortions, and substance abuse. These programs are intensive in nature and generally involve 12 hours per week over a 20-week period in a classroom-type setting. Significant one-on-one counseling also occurs. The rate of recidivism is reduced significantly in comparison to those who have no rehabilitation services provided. However, the issue is one of why individuals end up in the correctional system in the first place. A majority of the inmates feel that had this programming occurred much earlier in life, they would not have ended up in prison. Quotes such as, "Where was this when I was 10 years old?" are common. Mr. Speaker, as a government and as a society, we are dealing retroactively with violence. We are told how to behave in society. However, we are not provided the skills in order to do so. And the skills I'm referring to are such things as assertiveness training, conflict resolution, anger management, communication, healthy relations, and the ability to weigh and balance consequences, to name a few. Ultimately, this knowledge will assist in steering our children away from high-risk behavior. Providing these programs will also help identify those individuals who need additional supports that are not currently in place. There is so much more proactive intervention that can be done to minimize the chance of our children becoming violent offenders. Mr. Speaker, we need to break the cycle. I'm not suggesting for one moment that we have done nothing as a government. We have made great strides to address this important issue, and this motion, if accepted, will build upon those initiatives. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, since 2007, more than $69 million has been invested in projects that are designed specifically to end violence against women and girls. And I expect my colleagues will expand on this later on. All members of society are affected by family violence. There can be long-term impacts of violence on victims' physical and emotional health that can result in their inability to work, loss of wages, lack of participation in regular activities, and limited ability for themselves or their children. Children may suffer long-term emotional, behavioral, and developmental problems that can even lead them to be violent later in life. The financial consequences and the effects stretch far beyond the victim's family, friends, and communities. There are social costs. A considerable amount of Canadian resources are directed to address this issue, including health care costs, costs to the justice system, to employers and businesses, and to social and community services. A study in 2009 by the Department of Justice Canada, an estimation of the economic impact of spousal violence in Canada, estimates the impact of spousal violence to be about $7.4 billion per year. This includes $6 billion in costs to victims associated with victims seeking medical attention, lost wages, damaged and destroyed property, and the intangibles of pain and suffering. It also includes $890 million in costs to third parties, including social service operating costs, losses to employers. This also includes about $545 million in costs borne by the justice system. Mr. Speaker, it's so unfortunate that social programs have to exist for groups of children who have witnessed forms of abuse or violence against their mothers or female caregivers, or programs that teach safety planning for women who are abused, or programs that educate on how you can identify and help women at risk of abuse, or programs that are specialized for individuals who have been physically violent and or emotionally abusive or controlling towards a spouse or intimate partner. These are all designed for violence that has already occurred. Mr. Speaker, let's find the best programs that prevent violence in the first place. I realize that if everyone had these programs, that domestic violence would not be eliminated, as there are many root causes of domestic violence, and addressing root causes is certainly one way of reducing domestic violence. Applying best preventative practices is absolutely another way. Through this motion, I am simply asking the Status of Women Committee to explore best practices that prevent violence against women. Decisions will then be required to determine what next steps might be to implement those programs. I look forward to the unanimous support of my motion, and more importantly, the recommendations that will come forward from the Status of Women Committee. Mr. Speaker, I wish every person had this very rare opportunity to initiate a piece of legislation that could be profoundly meaningful to so many, and I am deeply honored to be standing here today and so grateful to my constituents for placing their faith in me. And I'd like to dedicate this motion to my wife, who inspired it and who worked so hard on the rehabilitation side of corrections. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his insightful speech and the initiative he's taken on an issue that means a lot to me and my colleagues. As a member of the Status of Women Committee, I'm looking forward to embarking on this work, and we will also be proposing an amendment, friendly amendment, a bit later as well. I also particularly appreciate the focus that the member brought at the beginning of his speech about women living in the North. And as a woman from the North and who represents the North, I have a very clear understanding of the particular challenges in terms of violence that women in Northern Canada face. And the needs that aren't being met, including by this federal government. In terms of this motion, I'm wondering if my colleague could speak to the kinds of recommendations, perhaps more specifically, that he hopes to see in this study. I know he's mentioned a bit about the range of focus, but I'd certainly appreciate to hear more about what he hopes to see in this study.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I don't want to do is I don't want to tie the hands of the Status of Women Committee. I really want them to have a free rein to look at those best programs. Ultimately, when all is said and done, it could be something that says we need an advertising campaign to speak to this. We need to be dealing with our young men and our young boys. It could be we need to develop a framework that includes the provinces, that brings into place the educational systems and perhaps a curriculum that they might consider adopting that speaks to these programs. But I don't want to tie the hands of the Status of Women Committee. I really want them to have free rein, and I'm very confident that they will do an unbelievable job in bringing forward really great recommendations that I know I will be supporting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to thank my colleague, the member for Sault Ste. Marie, for his contribution in this debate. This motion, I think, is not only worthy of support, but also I just want to give him kudos. I found that by working with him at the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, the member is very inclusive, very thoughtful, and very powerfully clear when he speaks, and I can see why his constituents have sent him here. More to his motion, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to know the member's experiences. He did mention his riding, and I do know that he is an excellent listener. Does he have any experiences or feedback that he heard directly from his constituents so that he could come to this place and share with this astute chamber the reasons why that this best practices study needs to be done?
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
I'd like to really thank my honourable member for that question. This has been well promoted in my riding of Sault Ste. Marie. I didn't go outside of the riding of Sault Ste. Marie. This is a Sault Ste. Marie-based initiative simply because of the statistics I saw. And I took the liberty of obviously issuing a press release when this motion was tabled. And then I visited all of the social service agencies in Sault Ste. Marie to get their feedback. And I have overwhelming support from the agencies in the riding of Sault Ste. Marie for this initiative, and I can't wait for the committee to get started. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for bringing forth this motion to the Status of Women Committee. I know at Status of Women Committee we've listened to many witnesses with the aim to prevent violence against women and girls, and I'd like to ask my colleague why best practices are so important to him and to the organizations in his riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. And I think in every facet of life, best practices are necessary. And I think it speaks to efficiencies. And I think it speaks to taxpayer-funded programs, because social service agencies are, in general, funded by the taxpayer. And we want to make sure that the very, very best programs are in place. We don't want to have programs that aren't working. I want the Status of Women Committee to really have a close look at those programs that work efficiently, and hopefully we'll adopt those Canada-wide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, will you please debate the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, women have the right to live the right to full equality, and women have the right to live their lives free of violence. These two principles are inseparable, because with the threat of violence, there can be no substantive equality. This government can and must do more to support women's equality, especially when it comes to addressing violence against women. It is everyone's responsibility to reduce violence, but it is the particular responsibility of parliamentarians to take substantive action in this direction. Mr. Speaker, Motion 504 is well-intentioned. However, when one realizes how widespread violence against women is in Canada, we feel it does not go far enough. Half of all women in Canada have experienced at least one incident of physical or sexual violence since the age of 16. And this number has remained stagnant over the past 40 years. In First Nations, the statistics are worse. Women are much more vulnerable, with homicide rates 7 times higher than that of non-Aboriginal Canadian women. In the recent reports by the RCMP, there are nearly 1,200 cases of missing or murdered Indigenous women in Canada. Both Amnesty International and the United Nations have called upon the Canadian government to take action on this issue, without success. Women in countless organizations across Canada have called upon the government to take action. The Conservative government has claimed to have taken real action to combat violence against women. Yet they have refused to develop a national action plan. In fact, in 2006, the government changed the Status of Women Canada Women's Program, making it impossible for the Status of Women Canada to fund the work of organizations when it relates to advocacy, lobbying, or general research on women's rights issues. The UN Committee on Eliminations of Discrimination Against Women has expressed concern on the impact of changes to the Status of Women Agency, in particular on access to services by Aboriginal and rural women. The minister who changed the women's program mandate at the time, Bev Oda, said, quote, "We don't need to separate the men and women in this country. The government as a whole is responsible to develop policies and programs that address the needs of both men and women," unquote. First and foremost, the government must recognize that gender inequality is the root cause of violence against women. We know that women are 11 times more likely than men to be a target of sexual offences, and 3 times more likely to experience criminal harassment. With these facts in mind, and with the prevalence of violence against women stagnant in Canada while all other violent crime rates drop, does this government still believe that we do not need to work towards meeting the needs of women in this country? As parliamentarians, we have the ability to enact a national action plan that would address the severity of violence against women. Yet the government has taken no action in this direction, despite the recommendations numerous organizations have made. In absence of a national action plan, responses to violence against women, including education and prevention programs, are fragmented and inconsistent. In order to fully address the root causes of violence against women, I urge the government to immediately pick up Motion 444 and consult with civil society in order to create a multi-sector national action plan. With Canada in the international spotlight, we must respond. We call upon the government to immediately commit to funding legal aid, shelters, transition houses, social housing, health services, advocacy, and research in order to prevent and treat violence against women for all women in Canada. In regards to Motion 504, I urge the government to make the necessary provisions that would allow for the issues associated with violence against all women to be addressed. First, we ask the study to include the examination of programs as well as policy. And second, we ask that the study look at best practices in Canada as well as abroad. Other countries, like Canada, such as Australia, have taken strident steps toward a national action plan, and their methods are working. We should take this opportunity to learn from them. There is near consensus among Canadian civil society and violence against women service providers that a national action plan is urgently needed. Indeed, the Canadian Network for Women's Shelters and Transition Houses is spearheading meetings to discuss the creation of such an action plan. However, civil society, women's advocates, and service providers cannot accomplish this task alone. The federal government must be a leader at the table. It is incumbent upon this House to listen to what experts and frontline workers are telling us. And right now, they're saying the same thing. We need a national action plan. The Canadian Network of Women's Shelters and Transition Houses wrote in their report, quote, "It is clear that in the absence of a national action plan, responses to violence against women in Canada are largely fragmented, often inaccessible, and can work to impede rather than improve women's safety. A strategic and sustainable step toward meaningfully addressing violence against women in Canada is to establish a multi-sectoral national action plan that adheres to the guidelines and principles set out by the UN Handbook for Legislation on Violence Against Women and the UN Handbook for National Action Plans on Violence Against Women." The fact is that we can study component pieces of the solution to violence against women, and it will only be a drop in the bucket of the work that must be done right now to end violence in women's lives. Education and prevention are critical, but we must move beyond that. A national action plan would be coordinated with governments across the country. It would set out a framework to be followed over the course of many years. It would uphold Canada's commitment to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Violence and Discrimination Against Women, as well as the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. It would be based in evidence, new research, and extensive consultation with experts and communities. The plan would include evaluation and accountability measures for government and civil society alike. With all of this working together, it will have a real impact on women's lives and the lives of all those who depend on the well-being of women in our society. We have international examples of national action plans. Belize, Liberia, Peru, France, Australia, and Spain, and many more have comprehensive and coherent programs of activity. Mr. Speaker, I've spent the past year traveling to different parts of this country in order to hold consultation sessions with the people in Canada who are at the front lines of fighting violence against women. I sat down with directors of emergency shelters, transition houses, and drop-in centres. I listened to lawyers, advocates, and social workers. I heard the concerns of sexual assault service providers and rape crisis line workers. I met with women who are survivors of violence themselves. Across the board, we heard the same thing. This government does not provide enough funding or support to even come close to ending violence against women. I can't name or quote these individuals for fear that this government may slash what little funding their organizations are receiving, but I will paraphrase some of the messages we heard. Service providers are subsidizing the government with unpaid hours of labor. 2 people work for 1 person's salary in order to provide desperate women with a bare minimum of what they need to exit violence. Or we tell a woman that it is possible to leave a violent relationship and start her life again, but the reality is that without sufficient housing, legal aid, and welfare, that simply isn't true. Or I heard from others that repeated cuts to this sector have devastated our capacity to work together as a community to provide the best service. We cannot advocate for women to the government when we are barely able to keep our doors open. We heard again and again about how frustrating and insufficient the Status of Women Agency is since the Prime Minister made those substantive changes to its granting system. Short-term, 2-year grants ensure that best practices will necessarily end with no hopes of renewal. It means that service providers are in constant grant-writing mode instead of working to help women. The fact that organizations are explicitly forbidden from applying for advocacy and research means that all their work is short-sighted and never allowed to address the major systemic barriers. Perhaps most telling, Mr. Speaker, is that for a time, this government took the word equality out of the Status of Women's mandate. The absence of that one word speaks volumes about the regressive attitudes that this government has taken towards women. I also want to point out to the most recent bill, Bill C-36, which aims to save prostitutes. We in the NDP have expressed our high concern that this new legislation places sex workers in danger, and we believe it does not uphold women's charter rights. For a government that constantly claims to be standing up for victims, it refuses to give vulnerable people what they need to achieve equality. Therein lays the fundamental difference between the NDP and the Conservative approach to women. This government paints women as victims who are in need of protection, but we know that women must be empowered to claim their full rights. Women in Canada deserve better. We deserve commitment and leadership from this government to end violence against women. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for La Salle-Mar, that the motion be amended by replacing the words education and social programs with the words education programs, social programs, and policies. Thank you.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie if he consents to this amendment being moved.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I consent to that change.
Ms. Ashton, seconded by Madame Leblanc-Salimar, moves.
Ms. Ashton, seconded by Madame Leblanc, moves that the words education and social programs be replaced with education programs, social programs, and policies.
The honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a society, we have made appreciable progress over decades and going back even centuries in developing a greater awareness, understanding, and acceptance of the inherent value and dignity of the individual human being and of the individual's right to be free in mind and spirit and to enjoy physical security and independence. But despite this slow yet nonetheless remarkable progress, and notwithstanding our progress to an extent in addressing the age-old and stubborn imbalance of power and economic status between men and women, violence against women remains a scourge that we must work relentlessly to eliminate through an intelligent and effective combination of criminal sanction, law enforcement, and education. In regards to this still yet to be fully addressed and resolved gender economic imbalance in Canadian society, I must lament the actions the Conservative government has taken in the recent past to slow this progress within federal institutions, that is, within its constitutional jurisdiction. As we know, in 2009, the Conservatives tabled Bill C-10, an omnibus budget implementation bill. The bill contained an act entitled the Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act. The act altered the federal pay equity regime so that it would no longer exist under the Canadian Human Rights Act, as well as removing the Canadian Human Rights Commission as a forum for adjudicating equal pay complaints. The motion we are debating today, if adopted, would instruct the House of Commons Standing Committee on the Status of Women to undertake a study on a limited but nonetheless valuable number of aspects of the problem of violence against women. Specifically, the motion calls on the committee to study best practices in education and in respect to social programs, and we just added the word policy, in Canada aimed at preventing violence against women. However, before I move into the substance of my speech, I would like to draw attention to the excellent work being done in my region, namely in the western part of the island of Montreal, by the West Island Women's Shelter. The shelter is a beacon of hope, a veritable life raft for women who sometimes urgently need a place of protection to escape violence in the home or in another context. The shelter is well supported by the community, including financially through an umbrella charitable organization known as West Island Community Shares. By way of information, each year in Canada, violence and abuse drive over 100,000 women and children out of their homes and into shelters. Furthermore, according to a study by the Department of Justice, violence against women costs Canadian society $7.4 billion each year. The study further states that based on 2009 figures, the cost to victims directly of violence against women is $6 billion annually, including $21 million in hospitalizations, visits to doctors, and emergency rooms, as well as $180 million in related mental health costs. While the economic costs of violence against women are great and unacceptable, the very real incalculable cost is to victims' health, physical and mental, and to their human dignity. And I haven't even mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the impact on the outlook of the children who must witness abusive behavior against their mothers. The inherent value and benefit of federalism is that it allows different parts of the system, namely different jurisdictions, in this case our different provinces, to develop unique approaches to solving common problems, social, economic, or other, that reflect different and unique regional perspectives, historical experiences, and accumulated collective wisdom. We know that situations of physical violence, in this case against women, are addressed day to day on the ground, as it were by local police forces, courts, social workers, and as mentioned, shelters. All of these in many ways far removed from federal jurisdiction. However, criminal law, a federal responsibility, is directly relevant when it comes to combating violence against women. And criminal law, in turn, needs to continually evolve to take account of and adapt to new realities and new challenges that develop over time in daily life in communities across this country. So there is great relevance in having education and social programs and broader policies aimed at ending violence against women studied at the federal level by a committee of the House of Commons. Also, violence against women is obviously a national concern. It offends the national sensibility, and its incidence is national, sparing no region or locality. It cuts across boundaries, culture, religious membership, and socioeconomic status. And it impacts Aboriginal communities, for which the federal government has a special constitutional responsibility, including for the women who live in these communities or who, living outside of these communities, are nonetheless profoundly tied to them. Nowhere is the intersection of local policing, federal jurisdiction over criminal law, and the national nature of the issue of violence against women cast into higher relief than through the troubling question of our Aboriginal missing and murdered women, an issue I will discuss in more detail in a moment. But allow me to say that while this motion is welcome, it falls short by the mere fact of limiting the scope of the study the committee would undertake should the motion pass in this House. I understand that the motion has been amended. I'm not certain what the actual implications will be of adding the word policy, but I hope to learn more about that as time goes on. Liberals have consistently asked for a more comprehensive approach to studying this urgent problem of violence against women and acting to eliminate it. We have consistently demanded a national action plan to combat violence against women, not to mention a national inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women. In the fall of 2013, the Liberal Status of Women's Critic and member for Etobicoke North tabled a motion at the Status of Women's Committee calling on the committee to study violence against women. The committee has yet to accept this motion, and I am left to wonder if this motion we are debating today, which is more limited in scope but nonetheless desirable, will be used as an attempt to preempt a larger study as requested by my Liberal colleague. I hope not, and I know that the sponsor's intentions are sincere in this regard. That he is approaching this not as a way of preempting the Liberal motion, but because of his obvious interest and concern for this issue. In addition, our Liberal critic tabled motion 470 in the House itself, asking that the government create and implement a national action plan to end violence against women. For her part, the Liberal member for St. Paul's and Liberal Aboriginal Affairs critic has been working diligently and tirelessly in an attempt to have the government establish a national public inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women. As we know, Mr. Speaker, and I believe it's been mentioned, Aboriginal women are 3.5 times more likely than non-Aboriginal women to be victims of violence. In 2010, the Native Women's Association of Canada estimated the number of missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls over the last 30 years at 582. The report acknowledges the limitations to record keeping, as there is no national missing persons database, and police records do not always indicate Aboriginal status. The initiative, led by the group Sisters in Spirit, which was defunded by the government in 2010, found that many victims are targeted simply because they are Aboriginal and their attackers assume they will not fight back. A 2014 report from the RCMP put that number of missing and murdered Aboriginal women at 1,181. Finally, half of all murder cases involving First Nations, Métis, or Inuit women and girls remain unsolved, and more than half of the murdered and missing women and girls were under the age of 31. Mr. Speaker, despite the motion we are debating today, which is welcome, the government must act more broadly and more effectively to eliminate violence against women in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to participate in this important debate on Motion 504, which is before the House today. My colleague's motion reads as follows: that the Standing Committee on the Status of Women be instructed to undertake a study on the subject of best practices in education and social programs in Canada that prevent violence against women, and report its finding to the House within 1 year of the study's initiation. I intend to support this motion because it will provide the Standing Committee on the Status of Women with a valuable opportunity to review and share with all Canadians some of the best practices in education and social programming to help prevent gender-based violence in Canada. Ending violence against women and girls continues to be a priority for our government as part of our ongoing efforts to make communities safer for all Canadians. For example, we have invested more than $69 million through the Status of Women Canada since 2007 in projects specifically designed to end violence against women and girls. These projects are helping address violence in rural and remote communities, in post-secondary campus communities, and in high-risk neighborhoods. They are responding to violence against women and girls in the name of so-called honor, engaging men and boys to help reduce violence, and working to prevent the trafficking of women and girls through community planning. And last fall, we had a call for proposals through Status of Women Canada for projects that are helping communities engage youth in preventing or eliminating cyber violence and sexual violence against young women and girls. One of the projects supported by this call is in my riding of London North Centre. This 2-year project is helping the London Abused Women's Centre engage partners in identifying effective strategies for responding to cyberbullying, internet luring, and cyberstalking against young women and girls. All of these projects supported by Status of Women Canada recognize the benefits of working with skilled partners, organizations with the capacity to identify needs at the community level, and to develop the tools and resources to meet those needs. In addition to supporting the women's program at Status of Women Canada with record levels of funding, our government has also taken a number of further important actions to help end gender-based violence. In terms of legislative actions, we passed the Safe Streets and Communities Act to improve the safety of all Canadians. We launched the National Action Plan to combat human trafficking, and we increased penalties for violent crimes. Just a few weeks ago, our government announced the Victims' Bill of Rights, a significant piece of legislation that will create clear statutory rights at the federal level for victims of crime for the first time in Canadian history. I was proud that there were members of the London community at these announcements. Through Economic Action Plan 2014, the Government of Canada will invest an additional $25 million over 5 years to reduce violence against Aboriginal women and girls, putting money into concrete resources. This plan builds on the results, best practices, and lessons learned from the earlier $25 million investment announced in Budget 2010, which will improve the law enforcement and justice responses. Earlier this year, our government launched the national anti-cyberbullying campaign known as Stop Hating Online. It is focused on both parents and youth and is designed to raise awareness of the harmful impact that cyberbullying has, especially when behavior amounts to criminal activity. We also introduced legislation to give police and prosecutors new tools to address cyberbullying. All of these actions demonstrate that our government is maintaining a clear focus on eliminating violence against women and girls. We do so not just because it is the right thing to do, but because it will help remove another obstacle in equality in Canada, to equality in Canada. We also believe in addressing the issue of violence against women and girls globally. For example, Canada is working very hard with our international partners to end child, early, and forced marriage wherever it occurs. I am also proud of our government's decision to bestow honorary citizenship upon Malala, who courageously risked her life to promote education for girls and young women everywhere. All of these messages are very important, Mr. Speaker. They demonstrate that by working together, we can reduce and prevent violence against women and girls. But at the end of the day, it is not up to any one government or person or community organization alone to achieve this goal. It is up to all of us, those of us in public life and all Canadians. We all must be a part of the solution because we know the terrible toll that gender-based violence has on individuals, families, and communities. As we debate this motion here today, let us keep in mind how often women and girls are tragically denied the peace, safety, and comfort of a day without violence, or the threat of violence, which can be just as damaging. They are the reason we are here to participate in this debate today, and they are the reason that I will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so pleased to rise today to speak to motion M504 concerning violence against women. The motion asks that the Standing Committee on the Status of Women be instructed to undertake a study on the subject of best practices in education and social programs in Canada that prevent violence against women and to report its findings to the House within a year. I appreciate the work of my colleague from Sault Ste. Marie in bringing this important matter before the House, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take a moment also to commend my brilliant colleague from Churchill, who has also been our official opposition critic on the status of women, for her passionate speech today, but also for her tireless and excellent work on promoting women's equality, women's rights, and to put an end to violence against women. Now, although the rates of violent crime in general in Canada have been dropping for 40 years, the rates of sexual assault and domestic violence remain stagnant. Canada can and must do more to address the serious crime of violence against women and the need for security women should have in our communities. With violence against women, we continue to see high prevalence rates along with low police reporting rates. So we believe that to obtain real results for victims, we should instead be addressing the underlying reasons that prevent victims from reporting assault and abuse in the first place. Motion M504 is well-intentioned, but in our view does not go far enough. Violence against women, as I will discuss in a moment, is a huge problem in Canada. That was acknowledged very powerfully by the member for Sault Ste. Marie from the perspective of his constituency, and I want to do the same from mine. We need a comprehensive and cooperative solution. So, while well-intentioned, we believe this particular motion is too narrow. Gender inequality is the root cause of violence against women. I was concerned to learn that Conservatives have taken that word out of the very mandate of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. Now, here are some sobering statistics, Mr. Speaker. Half of all women in Canada have experienced at least one incidence of physical or sexual violence since the age of 16. Women are 11 times more likely than men to be the target of sexual offenses and 3 times more likely to be experiencing criminal harassment. Fully two-thirds, 67% of all Canadians, I found this to be the most shocking, say that they personally know at least one woman who has been sexually or physically assaulted. Indigenous women are 7 times more likely to be murdered than non-Indigenous women. As of 2010, there are 1,200 known cases of missing or murdered Indigenous women in Canada. Absolutely staggering. Both Amnesty International and the United Nations itself have called upon the Canadian government to take action on this issue without success. According to the Native Women Association of Canada, and I quote, "If this figure were applied proportionately to the rest of the female population, there would be over 18,000 missing Canadian women and girls." On any given day in our country, more than 3,300 women, along with about 3,000 of their children, are forced to sleep in an emergency shelter to escape domestic violence. Every night, about 200 of those women are turned away because the shelters are full. Each year, over 40,000 arrests result from domestic violence. That's about 12% of all violent crime in Canada, but since only about 22% of all incidents are reported to the police, that figure is obviously much, much higher. Canada has clear domestic and international obligations to address violence against women, including the UN call for all countries to have a national action plan to end violence against women by 2015. I was shocked to learn by my colleague from Churchill's speech that Canada does not have such a plan in the face of many of our partners around the world having indeed such a national action plan. It's really disturbing. We must look at best practices from around the world, not just within Canada. Not doing so prevents us from learning the best practices employed elsewhere. Other countries have had success addressing violence against women. Why shouldn't we take advantage of that expertise? So, in the absence of a national action plan responsive to violence against women, our education and prevention programs are fragmented and inconsistent. We must do better. Mr. Speaker, it has to be noted that multi-sector cuts by the Conservative government have been devastating to the Status of Women Agency, but not only that. The whole violence against women sector is left crippled by financial insecurity and lack of capacity to effectively respond to women's needs. The Conservative minister who changed the women's program mandate said, rather unbelievably, and I quote, "We don't need to separate the men from the women in this country. This government as a whole is responsible to develop policies and programs that address the needs of both men and women." Unbelievable. The cuts that they have made affect organizations advocating for women's issues, such as Antidote, the nonprofit organization in my community of Victoria, working for the social and psychological well-being of racialized girls and women. The organization's executive director called the changes shocking, and she asked, and I quote, "How do you create change when you can't advocate for change?" Other women's groups, such as the Victoria Status of Women Action Group, SWAG, were forced to close completely thanks to this government's cuts. So obviously a national action plan to address violence against women is being called for by the vast majority of service providers and advocacy groups across the country. Recently, I had the opportunity to hold consultations with great organizations doing excellent work in my community of Victoria. They also called upon us to get a national action plan in place. So in April, I had the great honor of hosting a public forum in Victoria on equality and ending violence against women. I was joined by the official opposition critic for the Status of Women, member for Churchill. We also had representatives from the Victoria Sexual Assault Centre, the Bridges for Women Society, the BC Association of Aboriginal Friendship Centre, and many others. An engaged crowd of more than 150 also enjoyed incredibly powerful performances by two local poets, Jeremy Loveday and Morgan Purvis. The evening was emotional, it was inspiring, but more than anything else, it was a siren call for action. We should seize the opportunity to study the possibility of creating a comprehensive national action plan that will make a tangible difference in women's lives. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. The Canadian Network of Women's Shelters and Transition Houses recently reported that a high level of review of policies, legislation, strategies, research reports, action plans, and statistical data from across Canada relevant to the development of national violence against women legislation is available. The network is currently working with 30 partners to create a template for a comprehensive national action plan. We should listen to civil society on this issue, build on the work that they've done. They're 2 steps ahead of us. Let's just get on with it. Canada is doing poorly compared to other OECD countries in preventing and treating sexual assault and intimate partner violence. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats will support this motion, but if the member is serious about addressing violence against women, we would hope that he would accept going further. we are calling for stronger and immediate action to deal with the serious issue of violence against women and violence particularly against Aboriginal women in our country. We're calling on the government to immediately pick up the motion tabled by the member from Churchill, that is motion 444, and consult with civil society in order to create a multi-sector, comprehensive national action plan to address violence against women. That would include prevention, education strategies, and I'm pleased to see today policies will be included. We want the government to immediately commit to funding legal aid, shelters, transition houses, social housing, health services, and advocacy and research in order to prevent and treat violence against all women in Canada, including, in particular, Indigenous women, recent immigrants, and refugees. The important work of violence against women service providers and advocacy organizations in Canada must be fully supported. So the incredible organizations like the Victoria Sexual Assault Centre, Antidote, Bridges for Women's Society, and the Aboriginal Friendship Centres can continue their important work. In order to obtain real results, we must address underlying systemic reasons women face violence in the first place. We must address women's equality from a holistic perspective in order to end this violence and take action now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in this important debate on motion 504, which is before this House today. I intend to support this motion, Mr. Speaker, because it presents a valuable opportunity to explore ways in which we all can help reduce and prevent violence against women and girls by engaging Canadians, listening to stakeholders, and finding out what works in practice at the national level or at the community level. Mr. Speaker, in 2011, in my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla, a 22-year-old mother and her infant son were abducted while out shopping. Over a 12-hour period, this young mother was brutally assaulted, both physically and sexually, before ultimately escaping. Words cannot even begin to do justice to such a shocking act. In the weeks following this event, I was able to attend a community vigil in response to this horrible, horrible act of brutal and senseless violence. At the vigil, the outpouring of emotion was as intense as it was heartfelt. Outrage, shock, sympathy, compassion for the victim, and anger. Yet this wide range of emotion also served as a bond to bring the community together in support for the victim and a call to action. The reality is that violence against women and girls affects us all. Although in this case it occurred on Ellis Street in Penticton, we know violence against women takes place in private and public spaces, in homes, and in workplaces. We often see the cruel hand of violence against women, but there are also those disturbing acts that occur that remain hidden from all but the victim and her abuser. What a horrible secret to share. But wherever and whenever it occurs, let us recognize that these actions take a terrible toll on the individuals, families, and communities. How do we stop this brutal and senseless violence? One way we know we can make a real difference is by engaging men and boys. We know from experience that more men and boys understand the serious impact of male violence on women and girls, the more involved that they become. And this is why our government issued a call for proposal through Status of Women Canada that included the specific theme of engaging men and boys on this important issue. It is also why we are supporting projects such as the Huddle Up and Make the Call with the White Ribbon Campaign and the Toronto Argonauts. On the West Coast, Mr. Speaker, another worthy initiative in my home province of British Columbia is the Be More Than a Bystander, a partnership between the BC Lions and Ending Violence Association of Canada. Projects like these engages men and boys in reducing violence against women and girls through activities such as in-school engagements and youth leadership development. And I should also note, Mr. Speaker, a former member of the other chamber, the Honourable David Braley, is the owner of these two athletic organizations. And I think that's no coincidence to see these kinds of programs being advocated by these two teams. These projects are a good example of how we can all work together to help end violence against women and girls in Canada. But there are other things to note, Mr. Speaker. We have also increased funding to the women's program at Status of Women Canada in order to give more communities the tools they need to reduce and prevent gender-based violence. Since 2007, more than $69 million has been invested specifically in projects to help end violence against women and girls. These projects are helping communities address violence in rural and remote communities, in post-secondary campus communities, and in high-risk neighborhoods. Recently, there was a call for proposals for projects that are helping communities engage youth in preventing or eliminating cyber violence and sexual violence against young women and girls. As we must not forget that abuse of a sexual nature increasingly occurs online against younger and more vulnerable girls, sadly with very devastating results. Each of these projects recognizes the need to work with skilled partners, organizations that have the capacity action at the community level, and to develop programs and resources to meet those needs. In addition, the women's program at Status of Women Canada, our government has also taken a number of additional actions to address gender-based violence. Now, I mention these actions as I believe it's important for Canadians to know what initiatives the government has taken focusing on eliminating violence against women and girls. And that's why I'm proud to be here, Mr. Speaker, supporting this member and this motion. And I know that our government members share these values and look to see that this is a motion that this austere chamber can agree on and move forward in empowering the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. And the honourable member will have 4 minutes left in debate when this item will next be taken up in the House. It being 2:30 now, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.